Chapter 4932. Facing the trouble of a Dayan immortal who is only in the initial realm. Jian Wushuang snorted coldly, and 30,000 sword intent emerged in his palm. In the next moment, he directly confronted Dayan Immortal. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in the air, turning the two ancestral arts into a punch, and the resulting explosion was extremely prosperous. Then there was a scream. I saw that the old man who was like a wolf before was directly hit by Jian Wushuang's punch and flew out. This scene was something Jian Wushuang hadn't expected. He was a little confused as he watched the old man who flew thousands of feet far away and then hit the ground heavily. This obviously belongs to the old man of Dayan Immortal Realm, and he is too weak. Jian Wushuang felt that if he used more strength earlier, he could directly explode it. He was puzzled, and then flew to the old man who fell on his back. The old man panted heavily. His face was covered with blood, and when he saw Jian Wushuang coming over, he hurriedly got up and backed up. Only panic was left in his eyes. You! Who on earth are you? How can a small Yensian have such strength? He covered his face and said with a trembling voice, Of course it is the one who wants your life. Jian Wushuang said coldly, then raised his palm. For the enemy, Jian Wushuang never had any mercy. When the old man heard the words, his face was ashes, and then he knelt down with a plop. Please raise your hand and let me go. I have lived in this endless sea for countless years, and I just want to be able to go out alive one day. As long as adults can give me a way out, I am willing to do anything. Jian Wushuang retracted his palm and stopped killing. Tell me, where is this place? Have any strange faces been here in these days? The old man received amnesty. Master Hui, this place is called Exile Ranch. I don't know when it was created, but the one who created this place is still alive and is responsible for controlling the order here. It's called the Exile Ranch. It's actually because there are a large number of exiles here. If we want to survive, we can only fight endlessly. The dead Dayan Immortal was used to fill the ground under his feet to stabilize this place. Having said that, the old man pointed to the chain around his neck. Only by killing a certain number of Dayan Immortals can the chain be unlocked and live here. How many have you killed? Jian Wushuang looked at him. Ashamed, there is no one at all. The old man said with shame, I just want to continue to live. Jian Wushuang heard the words and said, Then in these days have you seen any strange faces come here? Very tall, very heroic, with golden feathers in the hair. Listening to his description, the old man pondered for a moment and then shook his head. Beat people, this sea of boundlessness is almost a stagnant water. In the past few years, no exile has entered the person you described. It is impossible to come here. A frustration flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes, and then he turned around to leave. My lord, it's dangerous to exile the pasture. I ask the adults not to stay here anymore and leave as soon as possible. The old man stepped forward quickly, watching him gritted his teeth and said, The sooner the better. Although Jian Wushuang was a little confused, he also saw that he did not seem to be lying. After nodding, he was ready to leave here. However, everything is already a bit late. I saw several Wu Guang burst out from the 4 fields and then stood in front of Jian Wuliang. A total of 4 bodies appeared with a strong and powerful body, and they all locked the strange visitor in an instant. 3 short and 1 high. 3 Dayan Immortals in the initial realm and 1 3-rank Dayan Immortal. Each of them is full of power to the extreme, but their eyes were all red, as if they had seen prey. The old man's complexion changed drastically, and he whispered, My lord, let's go. If you don't go, you can't leave. Jian, with double-face color, is also a little dignified. If he is dealing with a single Dayan Immortal, he is not afraid at all, but now he is directly dealing with the 4 Dayan Immortals, and the situation is already extremely unoptimistic. At this moment, the tallest one of the 4 Dayan Immortals saw the old man beside Jian Wushuang, and suddenly sneered. So you old sheep boy dare to do it too? Is this your prey? The new exile? The old man called Leo Yengu gritted his teeth and finally said, "Yes, this is my prey, you leave." The 4 Dayan Immortals smiled at the same time. "Just you, the old sheep-herder, dare to talk like this? Your prey?" The tallest Dayan Immortal walked out, and with a wave of air, the unparalleled strength of the time immediately drew it away. The old man flew 100 meters away, like a broken kite, and then fell to the ground. All this happened so quickly. When Jian Wushuang reacted, the 4 Dayan Immortals had already rushed towards him. The 4 unmatched powers burst into one corner of this continent. The air trembles. Obviously can't bear the power of Dayan Immortal. The next moment, Jian Wushuang's eyebrows quietly circulated a 7-star system. Xian style, a little mountain and river. The current bit of mountains and rivers is no longer the previous bit of mountains and rivers. It has already grown with Jian Wushuang's growth. He suddenly opened his 5 fingers and burst into a huge torrent. Yanli turned into a torrent and spewed out and unexpectedly swept out the 3 big Yangtzeans who had rushed to the front. Boom! The torrent burst open, shocking the 4 Dayan Immortals in embarrassment. After being able to stop his figure, the shortest of them, Dayan Immortal, furiously said, "Damn it, I must kill you today!" After he finished speaking, a Zhang Su spear suddenly condensed in his hand, and then he threw it at Jian Wushuang. The long spear was rising against the storm, and thousands of handles were separated in an instant, coming like a rain of guns. Seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang didn't panic at all, as he quietly condensed an invisible sword in his hand. Standing with the sword, the long wind stirred the corners of his clothes, making him reveal a desolate and lonely breath. Wushuang Kendo, Zingehuhe Jianyani, the first style. Star. No fancy sword came straight out. In an instant, a million sword intent came right away. The gun rain that came from nearly 1,000 handles. When it touched these sword intents, it was directly crushed, without even leaving any breath. And that sword rushed forward unabated, tearing the land under his feet. The little Dayan Immortal, who was the first to bear the brunt, was suddenly shocked. He never expected that this sword would be so terrifying. The sword intent was like a mountain, like a sea, and immediately wrapped him in. The other 3 Dayan Immortals avoided in time, and then watched this scene with a little fright. Chapter 49:33. The entire boundless sea is under this vertical and horizontal sword intent, setting off a huge wave of millions of feet, almost bordering the sky. The 3 Dayan Immortals who evaded looked at the crazy sword curtain and looked at Jian Wushuang with lingering fears. How could this guy who can fight Dayan Xian be Yan Xian? Could it be that he is someone who has been exiled for countless years and came here deliberately pretending to be a fairy? Thinking of this, they all put away their contempt and prepared for the first battle. The sword intent that covered the sky and sun finally dissipated. The 3 Dayan Immortals gasped at this scene. At this moment, the clothes on that little Dayanxian's body were all crushed, bloody, and there was almost no good meat on the fairy's body. He was crumbling. His figure was about to stand up. "You, who are you?" Suddenly spit out a large mouthful of divine blood, and he was terrified to the point where it could not be added. With just one sword, a Dayan Immortal was forced to such a level, and it was also easy to reach the extreme. I am afraid that even the 3rd-rank Dayan Immortal can't do it. The other 3 Dayan Immortals all backed away without a trace, their eyes dignified. The old man who wiped a nosebleed hurriedly sat up from the ground and watched this scene with wide eyes. Putting away the invisible sword, Jian Wushuang carried his hands on his back. His face was calm, and he walked slowly without any fear. Facing the 4 Dayan Immortals, although he appeared extremely calm, he was already sweating in his heart. After all, they are facing the 4 Dayan Immortals. If you don't suppress them in aura, it will be impossible to escape next. Regardless of whether it can be beaten or not, I will frighten them before speaking. "Just you dare to block my way?" Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice, his voice full of supreme authority. The little Dayan Immortal, who nearly fell under that sword, retreated again and again. Although he wanted revenge, he didn't dare to have any ideas. Don't dare to stop the adult from going. You can leave immediately. He snorted coldly when he heard the words, then looked straight ahead, without looking at the few Dying Immortals, and went straight forward. None of the 4 Dying Immortals dared to stop them. They could only watch Jian Wushuang leave. Seeing them deflated, the old man grinned happily, and then hurried to Jian Wushuang. "My lord, wait for me." The old man followed him with a pleasing smile on his face. "You definitely don't know how to leave here. I promised to take the adults out safely." Listening to his words, Jian Wushuang said, "Why, is this continent still only able to enter, but not exit?" The old man nodded. "It is true that you can only get in, but not out. Once you leave, you will be alarmed by that person's breath. If he makes a move at that time, I'm afraid you really can't leave, my lord. The one in your mouth is very powerful." Jian Wushuang raised his brow slightly. "It's not just amazing, it's amazing to the extreme. Here he is the supreme existence. Even if the 9th rank Dying Immortal confronts him, he can't hurt him at all." The old man said, with a little panic and a little fear in his eyes. Jian Wushuang didn't speak any more. Just as he said, "The mysterious existence that casts this continent is probably beyond the level of rank 9 Dying Immortal. Could it be the Emperor?" He thought in his heart, and quickly denied this idea. Even if Zhanwuyang was strong at the beginning, I am afraid that he would not be able to seal the capital of the Emperor. Of course, all this is just Jian Wushuang's guess. He doesn't want to know the truth or not. The most urgent thing is to leave here as soon as possible. What should I do with brother? Did you really let that guy run away? Shocked by Jian Wushuang, a few Daexians who were afraid to move talked in a low voice. The Dying Immortal, who was almost cut into a blood gourd, was indignant. "Let's go with the 4 of us. I don't believe I can't get him one." "Idiot, you are almost beaten to death, do you know?" The tallest Dying Immortal, and the only 3rd-ranked Dying Immortal, said in a bad mood, "If we rashly attack him, you must be the first to die." "Then what shall we do now we really let him go?" Another short stature, Daencian with 2 beards, said anxiously, "Kill him. You can change a merit." At this time a small, dark-faced, and extremely calm little Dayan said, "This little Zhao Yangxian can't change a merit." "Second, what are you talking about? He is really an immortal," the tall Dayan Immortal hurriedly asked. He nodded. "Although he doesn't know what secret method is used to beat the 3rd child like this, his aura can't be changed. It is undoubtedly a fairy." "Then what are we waiting for? Just rush to kill him and avenge me." The 3rd child, who was holding his head, said cruelly. The tall Dayan Immortal was thinking about something, and quickly gritted his teeth. "Damn, this time I can't let go of this little merit. With the 4 of us, I don't believe that you can't kill the guy. Just take a step back for the 4 of us together. He can't help us." They glanced at each other, and then rushed straight ahead. "No, adults," and they caught up. The old man said hurriedly, but when Jian Wushuang reacted, everything was too late. For streams of light came down, blocking all his retreat from 4 directions. Seeing this situation, the old man was fighting with his legs, almost losing his footing. Jian Wushuang was also frozen in his heart, and the thing he worried about the most had indeed come. The oppressive forces released by the 4 Dying Immortals were extremely terrifying and almost suppressed all their breath. The exile in this borderless sea, so far, the lowest level he has encountered is Dying Immortal, which is simply unimaginable in the outside world. And this also caused Jian Wushuang to be very passive. Hugging his arms, the tall big Yanxian with a non-smiling expression on his face looked at him without squinting. "Boy, save your life. I will spare you a whole body." "My lord, you can't listen to him. Once you lose, the ferry will be filled into the land under your feet." The old man reminded nervously, "Lao Yonghua, if you don't go back to herd the sheep, this seat will be filled into the land with you." The tall Dian Xian said angrily. Jian Wushuang, who has not spoken all the time, glanced at him at this moment, and then said quietly, "My life needs you to take it, but not anyone can take it. Don't believe it." The tall Dian Immortal smiled grimly, and the whole body surged out, instantly covering the sky and the sun. "Then I will try it today. How many caddies do you have?" The calm-faced second child hurriedly reminded at this moment, "Big brother, don't be impulsive." But he waved his hand. "None of you should participate in this battle." Chapter 49:34. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed when he heard the words. As long as they are not together, there is still a chance of winning. Now Jian Wushuang is confident that even if he doesn't use his strongest sword, it is enough to suppress the third rank Dian Immortal. Therefore he is not afraid. The strong Dian Immortal must also pay for his arrogance. He waved his hands to block his three brothers from the battle circle. Gao Zhuang de Yanxian smiled grimly. Only greed was left in Jian Wushuang's eyes. In the next moment he took the lead, and the power of the earth-shaking power was revealed at this moment. As the mountains and seas were pouring, even Jian Wushuang held his breath. The old man's complexion changed drastically, and after taking a look at Jian Wushuang next to him, he gritted his teeth and ran out of the ring. Facing the extreme strength, he didn't show any movement, just like a sculpture, standing still. This made the tall and strong Dian Xian extremely angry. He shook his arms suddenly, aimed at Jian Wushuang, and slammed over. In an instant, the world was prosperous, and layers of black ripples burst out. There are 1,000 layers, and mysterious runes flow in the middle of each layer, surging with an unimaginable general trend. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes were also solemn, and his right hand was condensed into a fist, facing the black ripples that enveloped him. A punch! Boom! The unspeakable blast broke out, and deep gullies were cracked on the ground. Time seemed to stand still, and nearly 1,000 layers of black ripples hovered in front of Jian Wushuang, and it was difficult to make any further progress. The three Dian Immortals outside the battle circle all watched this scene nervously. Jian Wushuang, who smashed a punch with all his strength, did not close the fist but remained still. The land under his feet has cracked deep gullies, like a spider web, radiating thousands of feet in an instant. In the next moment, the nearly 1,000 layers of black ripples split apart from the heart of Jian Wushuang's fist. As the dark clouds dispersed, the great power of that kind of power was shattered. Wu Guang dissipated, and the tall and powerful Yanxian looked at Jian Wushuang in horror. This is his extremely strong immortal style. Even the Dian Immortal of the same realm has to avoid it. But right now, this is just a mere fairy who actually blocked his immortal style. This is so incredible that Gao Zhuang de Yanxian dare not stop to release the second fairy style. Great alien! He roared angrily, raising his arms to the top of his head, and at the same time, the infinite power gathered in his palm. An eye wheel with the size of 10,000 meters condensed at this moment. Jian Wushuang, who retracted his fist, looked up at the void. The black eye chakra that was completely imaginary by Nyanli was a full tens of thousands of meters in size, and lightning and thunder snakes condensed in it. As the force of extension became more and more condensed, the eye chakra stared completely, like a magic eye, traversing the world. Under the shroud of this eye chakra, everything became dim. "Haha, let the ants die to this seat." The tall and strong Yanxian, who stood in the void, laughed grinningly. As his voice resounded between his arms, the terrifying eye will slowly opened. Numerous strands of silky power burst down from that eye chakra, and the dark purple power swallowed the sky and covered the sun. Terrifying. Under the light of that eye wheel, the ground directly incinerated a layer and quickly approached Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was solemn to the extreme, and the next moment his whole body suddenly condensed a layer of blood. The scarlet lines are extremely scarlet, This is the way of slaughter that Yuan Jun transforms the blood hidden in his body. It means the ultimate killing. Once the way of killing is opened, Jian Wushuang's consciousness will fall into an extreme thirst for blood, and at the same time his own strength will even far exceed the addition of the true shadow of the self. Facing the demon I's offensive, he opened the way of killing. At this moment, it was the confrontation between scarlet and dark purple. The earth enveloped by the meaning of dark purple suddenly condensed the meaning of scarlet. It was like a red prairie fire, full of grandeur. Even if the beam cast by the I will swallowed it all, it still squeezed a crack abruptly. The black robe on Jian Wushuang was completely shattered, revealing his chest with crimson patterns. Dash, he roared, and the next moment he directly faced the endless dark purple force, blasting off into the air. Under his impact, all the Yanli beams were broken. Seeing the scarlet figure that had tore through the infinite barrier, rushing towards him, the tall and powerful Yanxian was already speechless in horror, and even forgot to move. Boom! Jian Wushuang threw a fist, and the terrifying fist gang directly shredded the last layer of dark purple Yanli barrier. Fist gang greeted the storm and rose by 1,000,000 feet with endless killing intentions, and finally blasted above the dark purple magic eye without any hindrance. This was the moment when the sky was so sad, the infinite meaning of killing, like a real sword, pierced into the eye of the demon. There was no magnificent and shocking death, and even this scene only existed for a moment. Then, everything disappeared like a passing glance. The tens of millions of feet of demon eye was shattered by the bombardment, and the tall and strong Yanxian was dazed in place, and he didn't even react. By the time he reacted, the figure with the whole body lingering around the scarlet lightness had disappeared. Then he felt a sharp pain in his chest, something broken. The tall and strong Yanxian only feels that the energy in the fairy body is passing fast, and it is impossible to condense again. He subconsciously looked down at his chest. I saw a palm pierced his chest from behind, and took out an extremely bright star that is the source of immortality, belonging to the source of the three-turn Dian Immortal. The next moment, the palm of the hand was condensed, and Xian Yuan was directly crushed. No, do not want. After Gao Zhuangda Yanxian said these last words, he completely lost his breath and smashed straight to the ground like garbage. With a boom, Okanchu, calm stirred up thousands of feet of smoke and dust, and the tall and strong Yanxian who had died, his corpse, when it fell to the ground, was directly sucked by some power and turned into a gray stone. The world is dead. The old man opened his mouth wide, apparently completely shocked by the scene just now. None of the other 3 Dian immortals recovered from that scene. Their eldest brother died in the hands of an immortal, shaking the broken fairy source in his palm. Jian Wushuang looked at the remaining 3 Dian immortals with his red eyes. With a weird smile, his bloodthirsty intent was completely released. I killed one, and then I will kill the second one. None of you can escape today. Jian Wushuang stretched out his palm and pointed at them one by one with his fingers, as if he had been sentenced to death in advance. The 3 Dian immortals were all shocked, and after a glance at each other, they fled in all directions. Chapter 49:35. Jian Wushuang smiled again. Want to leave? It's too late. His figure is like a bloodthirsty sword rushing forward. As a result, the sky was torn open a scarlet crack. Leave separately and go to the center. The small Dianxian with a calm face yelled, and then the 3 Dianxians separated instantly. 3 streamers swept towards 3 directions, respectively. Jian Wushuang, who was in the chase, smiled coldly, and then his figure quietly disappeared. For a moment, the old-faced Dian immortal, who was rushing for the road, looked back and found that there was no chasing behind him, and he took a breath. The scene just now was really too shocking, killing the 3rd-ranked Dian immortal with one's own power. This is really incredible and too terrifying. Even the eldest brother was beheaded, and if they didn't escape, they would end up miserably. Old Changdayan thought so, but soon he realized that his figure could not move anymore, as if he was stuck in a quagmire. How is it possible? The next moment, a figure with a murderous intent appeared quietly behind him, looked at him with a smile but a smile, and then stretched out his palm against his back. Puff! There was a faint sound, and the blood of the god spewed from the chest of the old Changdayan, spilling for 9 days. No, it's impossible. I'm Dayan Immortal. How could I die? I have survived endless years. How could I have fallen now? This was the last thought that reverberated in his mind. As the source of Xian Yuan was completely shattered, he also stepped into the footsteps of the tall and strong Yanxian and turned into a withered bone. Second brother. The two voices were startled, and the two Dayan Immortals who had ran away madly stopped their bodies and watched this scene with Canthus. Throwing away the corpses in his hands like trash, Jian Wushuang looked at them with red eyes. After slaying two Dayan Immortals, he discovered that the Dayan Immortal in this isolated island continent was nearly twice as weak as the real Dayan Immortal. Rank 3 Dayan Immortal is only the strength of Dayan Immortal in the initial realm. Jian Wushuang didn't know why this was the case, but this undoubtedly increased his chances of winning, allowing him to face any Dayan Immortal with ease. After beheading another Dayan Immortal, he didn't intend to let go of the remaining 2 Dayan Immortals, and the 2 Dayan Immortals obviously no longer flee, but rushed towards Jian Wushuang in anger. The sky quashed, and the entire gray-white land beneath him was cracked by the impact again. Facing the offensive of the 2 Dayan Immortals, Jian Wushuang was a little strenuous, but he was still invincible. The invisible sword condensed in his hand has turned scarlet, and wherever the blade passes, it plows the earth into a deep gully. Those 2 short Dayan Immortals had a hard time saying at this moment. They thought they could kill Jian Wushuang with the power of both, but who knew they couldn't shake anything at all. The invisible sword with the intent of killing is terrifying, and every sword aura is enough to cut the earth apart. In addition, Jian Wushuang swung his sword extremely fast, and every time he stood with his sword, he carried 36,000 sword intent. One of them screamed, and his entire left arm was cut off by the sword intent and turned into powder. Hurry up! Another Dayan Xian with 2 beards said in shock, and then turned around to flee. But what greeted him was a merciless sword. Wushuang Kendo, Zingehuhe Jianyani, the second style, river. 1,000,000 sword intent suddenly came, like a hanging river in the sky, directly tore through the void and emerged. Standing at the tide of Jianhe, Jian Wushuang threw out his sword at will, facing the 2 fleeing Dayan Immortals. The invisible sword fell into the air and instantly disintegrated into countless sword intents, and every sword intent carried the meaning of endless killing. The dark sky was all smudged blood red. Looking at the infinite sword intent that overwhelmed the sky, the 2 Dayan Immortals' faces were dead gray, and then they let the sword intent trap them. Masses of blood, mist exploded in the sky, and the millions of sword intent raging in vertical and horizontal directions finally dissipated. At this point, all the 4 Dayan Immortals fell into Jian Wushuang's hands. With the retreat of the slaughter way, Jian Wushuang, who was standing in midair, stood unstable and almost fell off. He forcibly supported his figure, then quickly took out a few D-pin pills from his arms and stuffed them into his mouth. The way of killing was too overbearing, even with Jian Wushuang's physique almost completely overdrawn. If he hadn't carried nearly 1,000 imperial pills with him, he would definitely not easily release the way of killing. After swallowing the pills and quickly recovering 90% of his physique, Jian Wushuang prepared to leave. The battle with the 4 Dayan Immortals was too shocking, and it is estimated that other Dayan Immortals will soon hear the news. If you don't leave in time, I'm afraid you will burn yourself. It seems to be to confirm Jian Wushuang's thoughts. When he was about to leave, a swift sound of breaking through the sky flew over from all directions. Like the streamer of the big sun and stars, carrying the endless momentum, soon appeared. At this time, the old man lying on the ground showed his head in horror and said, "My lord, run away. The guard is here. Don't be caught." Jian Wushuang also knew that it was not good. His feet suddenly stopped, and his figure rushed forward. But no matter how fast he was, it was no faster than a dozen Dayan Immortals. After dozens of breaths, with 10 body shapes, 10 Dayan Immortals surrounded Jian Wushuang from every position. They all wore large black robes, and even their faces were hidden under the black robes, which was extremely mysterious. That's the case. Jian Wushuang also instantly noticed that the realm of every black-robed man was at the lowest level of rank 3 Dayan Immortal. With a wave of the palm of the head of the black-robed man, a black bone whip measuring several feet long appeared in his hand in an instant. The black bone whip is like the spine of some kind of giant beast. I'm afraid that the ordinary evolving immortal will be wiped out with a whip. Those who destroy heaven and land will be destroyed immediately. A deep voice resounded from under the black robe. At the next moment, the headed, black-robed man didn't say a word, and directly raised the black bone whip in his hand and drew towards Jian Wushuang. The bone whip rose thousands of feet in the face of the storm, roaring like a roaring real dragon. He suddenly condensed in his heart. If the whip were to be used, he would lose more than half of his combat power on the spot. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to hold big, and immediately retreated 100 feet. Waving his hand to release the immortal style, a sacred mountain appeared in the void without any signs, blocking the impact of the bone whip. But just blocking it for a moment, the black bone whip broke open the peak as if it had its own spirituality and directly pounced on Jian Wushuang. Chapter 4936. The black bone whip swelled up to the storm, and every black bone spur on it protruded fiercely, surrounding infinite power. With such a whip on the body, I am afraid Jian Wushuang could not bear it with the immortal body. Seeing the arrival of these black-robed men, the old man lying on the ground was almost frightened and quickly ran away. These people in black robes are all messengers under the seat, the real law enforcers of the so-called Tianlu, and if any immortal dared to destroy a piece of Tianlu, they will be punished. The light ones were beheaded on the spot, the immortal bodies filled the continent, and the heavy ones were drawn out of their souls and endured endless years of flogging and punishment. Therefore, the Dayan Immortal on this day and land, even if it is fighting and fighting, dare not destroy a little bit of the sky and land, because if it is destroyed, it will have the most severe punishment. But now, Jian Wushuang forcefully slashed the 4 Dayan Immortals, and the sword intent he released was almost about to completely tear up the land of the sky and land. The destruction he caused was too terrifying, and the land had been overthrown by him. The land is divided into pieces by ravines like a moat, and the black water, as black as ink, is surging and surging, a scene of apocalypse. The immortal style released by Jian Wushuang only existed for a moment, and it was dissipated. 10 black-robed, celestial immortals came from all directions. Each of them held a black bone whip in their hands, and with the swing of their arms, the bone whip was drawn towards Jian Wushuang like a real dragon. 10 bone whips, rising against the storm, blocked all directions and moved closer to the middle. Jian Wushuang had no choice but to resist. Crack! The delicate voice resounded directly at this moment, and the 10 bone whips intertwined and drew heavily on his very body. Jian Wushuang felt the darkness in front of him, almost fainting, and at the same time the bone whip was drawn on him, it was like 10,000 sacred mountains smashed towards him. There are hundreds of thousands, or even 1,000,000 roofs with 100 whips. Even the rank 6 Dayan Immortal will never survive under this bone whip. At this moment, Ju Tian Yi Xian bloomed with a blue meaning, fully protecting Jian Wushuang's very body. But even so, the immortal body under the 9 heavens' profound clothes had cracked scars and blood spurted out. Ah! Jian Wushuang roared in pain, and his eyes became extremely red at this moment. He directly reached out and held the bone whip wrapped around his neck, earning it fiercely. In an instant, the black bone whip shattered directly, and the bone fragments of the entire bone whip scattered to the ground. However, this was only the beginning. Jian Wushuang was surrounded by the scarlet divine mark, and the way of killing once again blessed the whole body. At the same time, the true shadow of selflessness with a hazy blue intent is also blessed at this moment. The sky blue, blending with the scarlet pattern, presents an unprecedented, terrifying trend. This is the first time Jian Wushuang has merged the true shadow of selflessness and the way of killing. At this moment, hundreds of millions of saplings burst out of him. The black hair wrapped around the pattern broke apart and danced wildly in the air. His eyes are scarlet red, and his pupils are indeed sky blue without any impurities, so magnificent and sacred. The reaction of blessing the true shadow of the selfless on the way of killing is far more terrifying than Jian Wushuang's imagination. This is far from being as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, but a geometric upward trend. Jian Wushuang at this moment felt that even the immortal body could not contain that terrible power. In the next moment, he roared loudly. With him as the center, the sky was directly torn apart, and the surging black water on the ground also set off huge waves. The black bone whip that entangled him was unable to withstand the great power at this moment, and was broken. The head of the black robe man's eyes condensed under the hood, and he felt a tremor in his heart. No, it's impossible. How could I feel the tremor? He is just a mere fairy. He thought about it, but was quickly shocked by the scene before him. Jian Wushuang, whose limbs were almost locked, did not move, but the bone whip that bound him was quickly covered with cracks and was about to break. All the black-robed people were shocked, looking at the cracked bone whip in their hands. They increased their strength again. The headed man in black felt something was wrong. He tried to retract the bone whip, but was shocked to find that the bone whip seemed to be sucked by some kind of suction, and he couldn't break free. There was something bad in his heart, and then he simply threw away the black bone whip in his hand. As he let go, Jian Wushuang also moved. A monstrous power surged from his body, and the bone whip on his limbs could no longer bear it at this moment. It was completely broken. Then Jian Wushuang suddenly grasped the 2 bone whips around his waist and twisted it hard. In an instant, the 2 bone whips rotated, and the ferocious bone spurs on them were crushed into powder by the force. The 2-tier, 3-Dayan immortals who controlled the bone whip were unable to react at all, and the bone whip in his hand was twisted into a twist by that terrible force. But Julie did not disappear out of thin air, but transferred along the bone whip to the arms of 2 Dayanxians. What? The exclamation screamed loudly, and the unimaginable Julie broke the bone whip at the same time. It also directly screwed off the arms of the 2 Dayan immortals. Divine blood was spilled, and both arms fell into the void. All the black robes were shocked and quickly backed away. Being able to break free of this bondage, he could never be as simple as Yanxian. The shackles on his body broke free. Jian Wushuang did not stop. His entire body shape was like a true sword converging extreme power, and he shot forward violently. In an instant, the originally encircled formation was shattered by the impact, and the 2 Dayan immortals whose arms were cut off could not withstand Jian Wushuang's offensive. Condensing the true shadow of the selfless and the way of killing, the violent scarlet fist directly blasted one of the black-robed Dayan immortal bodies into a big hole. Yu Yu reading Xian Yuan was also broken. For some unknown reason, all the Dayan immortals who were tied to this borderless sea had more or less reduced their strength to a certain extent. This is also the reason why Jian Wushuang would crush the ordinary Dayan immortals so easily. After blasting a black-robed Dayan immortal directly with a punch, Jian Wushuang cast his momentum unabated, and his whole figure exuded a general trend that was difficult to look at directly. With another heavy punch, the other Dayanxian with a broken arm could not dodge, and was blasted into powder on the spot. He is like a demon. Even if there are 10 great Yanxians around him, he is not afraid. Hundreds of thousands of gorillas float around him, blocking most of the offensive. There were only 8 of the original 10 Dayan Immortals at the moment. After recovering from the initial shock, the remaining 8 Dayan Immortals quickly recovered their composure, released their powerful and majestic strength, and crushed them towards Jian Wushuang again. Chapter 49-37. After all, Dayan Immortal is Dayan Immortal. Even if his own strength is weakened for some reason, it is still terrifying to the extreme. Under the combined offensive of the 8 Dayan Immortals, Jian Wushuang's counterattack was directly contained. Even with the true shadow of selflessness and the blessing of the way of killing, he was in a disadvantage. Can survive in this endless sea to this day, these Dayan Immortals are all terrifying characters who have experienced thousands of battles. Town! Headed by the black-robed Dayan, Immortal screamed in a low voice. One party covered the sky, and the golden seal directly suppressed Jian Wushuang, and the other 7 Dayan Immortals all released their first blow at this moment. Suffering from the enemy, Jian Wushuang was inevitable, and once again abruptly resisted the full blow of the 8 Dayan Immortals. The earth-shattering martyrdom explosion broke open, and the old man who was lying on the ground watching the scene nervously was so shocked that he had no time to escape with his legs and was swept by an indescribable force. Like mountains and seas will fall, everything is like the end. This so-called heaven and land, nearly 1/10 of the plain, was reduced to ashes under this fierce battle. In the void, Jian Wushuang suddenly drew out a large mouthful of divine blood, his aura wilting to the extreme. The golden seal that came from that side directly broke his defense, and the remaining 7 Immortals' full blows came over. If it weren't for the Juxian Yixian body, I'm afraid Jian Wushuang's immortal body would directly collapse. Seeing that he just spit out a mouthful of divine blood, all the black-robed Dayan Immortals were shocked and unbelievable. Even the rank 6 Dayan Immortal, facing the encirclement of the 8 Dayan Immortals, can only end up in hatred, and the immortal body can't survive at all. But at the moment, this fairy evolving like a monster has refreshed their understanding. Facing the combined attack of the 8 Dayan Immortals, only spit out a mouthful of blood? Even the fairy body is not damaged at all? What is this fairy body made of? It was the leader Dayan Xian who discovered the problem first, and he noticed the flashing blue mantle armor on Jian Wushuang's body. Then he drank in a low voice, "Back!" The 8 Dayanxians retreated instantly. "It's late!" Jian Wushuang roared. In addition to the violent power brought to him by the way of killing, he was also bloodthirsty and warlike. The kind of belligerence is beyond imagination, even reaching the point where life is exchanged for life. Facing the 8 Dayan Immortals, instead of retreating and fleeing, he directly confronted them. Among them, the great Yanxian closest to Jian Wushuang, even just released the Yanli barrier, was broken with a punch. When he reacted, his fist had already pierced a big hole in his chest. "Do not!" Hypo Dayan was horrified, trying to cover his broken chest with his hands, but found that everything had been in vain. Xian Yuan was blasted to pieces. Jian Wushuang was like throwing rubbish, and he threw it into the void, and then his figure was almost at its extreme, and he completely rushed into Dayanxian's camp. Facing such an unruly but terrifying enemy, they were helpless. Above the chaotic sky, blood mist bursts from time to time, and the body shape of the 7 paths is constantly decreasing. 6 ways, 5 ways, 4 ways. Jian Wushuang seemed to be tireless, fighting back frantically, leaving the fairy body exposed outside the Ju Tian Yixian full of cracks. He had more than 10 D-pin pills in his mouth, as if he was eating jelly beans. Once he couldn't hold it, he would swallow one and continue fighting. In the end, there were only 3 Dayan Immortals left in the chaotic sky. Of the 10 black-robed Dayan Immortals, only the last 3 were killed. This was an unimaginable scene. The head of the black-robed Dayan's celestial eye is about to split, and at this moment, only revenge is left in his mind. This was a shameful scene, and the next moment he directly shook his arms, releasing a powerful force. "Boy, I must kill you here today." Jian Wushuang sneered when he heard the words. This sentence is what I want to say. Today you have one count. Don't even try to escape from my hands. Then see who is right. The leader Dian exclaimed angrily. The next moment, Jian Wushuang took the lead, crushing them against them with endless killing. Do it, he shouted loudly. As his voice fell, the two Dian immortals behind him moved. The strength that was so strong that it could not be added suddenly swept out, directly tied to Jian Wushuang. Being caught off guard, he had a momentary pause. That is to say, under this pause, the headed Dian immortal moved, and layers of golden seals appeared on top of his head, and then kept pressing against Jian Wushuang. The golden seal of this level caused Jian Wushuang to suffer a bit, and now it is coming again, and the cover is pressed down. Down! The golden seal enveloped him, causing some pause in his movements. Hypo Dian Immortal was also at this time breaking the golden seal and releasing a thunderous blow. Numerous strands of golden light shot down like a long spear, covering Jian Wushuang completely. The black-robed Dian Immortal exudes a unique inch light, especially in the palm of his palm, flashing a deep inch light. The next moment, he quietly came to Jian Wushuang like a ghost, and then suddenly went into his chest with his fingers like a knife. Jian Wushuang's face instantly paled, and the palm of the black-robed Dian Immortal went through the 9 heavens Yixuan, violently gouging in. Divine blood spewed out, spilling into the void. Under the black hood, Hypo Dian Xian showed a triumphant smile. He saw through the flaws of the treasure that Jian Wushuang was wearing. He tried desperately, but it succeeded. Opening his mouth to cough up a mouthful of divine blood, Jian Wushuang's complexion was extremely pale. He also did not expect that the hidden dangers left by his sword at the beginning would be used by others. In the last battle with Zhu Tian Xianjun Chang, dueling, Jian Wushuang realized his strongest sword, Okanshu, Kam, that is to say, using his strongest sword, tore open the Zhu Tian Yi Xian on Chang Dueling's body, and finally shattered his very source. With the fall of Chang Dueling, he finally gave Zhu Tian Yi Xian to Jian Wushuang. But the gap left by Zhu Tian Yi Xian could no longer be made up. It was just a tiny wound. At the moment, he was seen through by the black-robed Dian Immortal and gave a thunderous blow. Although Jian Wushuang did not have a source of immortality, he suffered the most trauma. And the black-robed Dian Immortal, who tore his entire palm apart from the immortal body, was also puzzled at this time. He was startled to realize that the weird immortal in front of him had no source of immortality. Touch, have you touched enough? Although Jian Wushuang was extremely weak, he still looked at him with endless coldness. Hypo Dian's heart suddenly became alert, and when he was about to destroy it, Jian Wushuang did it first. Chapter 49-38. 36,000 swords were intent at this moment, blasting out with his palm. Because the distance was so close, Hypo Dian couldn't avoid it at all, and all the sword intent was accepted by him. Zhang! The crisp and incomparable sword intent slashed him out, and the black-robed Dian Immortal was like a kite with a broken line, and he fell into the void. And Jian Wushuang couldn't hold on anymore. His figure was like a shock, falling into the void. The old man, who barely stood upright on the ground, looked up and saw this scene, and his whole body was shocked. Then he jumped straight forward and caught Jian Wushuang, who had fallen. Seeing him, who was covered in blood and severely injured and dying, the old man gritted his teeth and placed him directly behind him. Don't go, put him down. An angry sound resounded, and the only 3 remaining black-robed Dian Immortals chased him. The old man stopped staying and ran wildly with Jian Wushuang on his back. As Dian Immortal, his speed is extremely fast. Obviously, he has never escaped before. But the broken land still restricted his actions, and the old man seemed extremely afraid of the black water and kept flying to avoid him. Lao Yonghua, you are looking for death. Hypo Dian was furious to the extreme, reaching out his hand to lower the unmatched divine punishment. Unprepared, the old man was directly blown out, and his whole figure also fell into the black water. Jian Wushuang cried out in pain, and then passed out directly. The old man also desperately wanted to get out of the black water. But under the black water, a palm of both hands quietly clamped his legs, and then pulled it directly into the water. Help, After a few bubbles in the black water, eventually everything was gone. The 3 black-robed Dayan immortals chased them, and when they saw that there was no whereabouts, they couldn't help being furious. The black-robed Dayan immortal, who was almost cut into a blood gourd by 36,000 sword intents, was furious to the extreme. "Look! Dig the ground for me 3 feet, and dig it out for me!" Guru. Once under the black water, all the power seemed to have disappeared, and the old man carrying Jian Wushuang under the black water was throwing vigorously, but he couldn't rise at all. Jian Wushuang, who had fainted, was also extremely uncomfortable, frowning, and it seemed that he might fall at any time. If you look closely, you can find that in this extremely dark underwater, the old man's legs are clamped by a slender figure. The figure didn't seem to be afraid of the black water at all, swimming like a water ghost. His slender arms dragged the old man's legs and swam deep into the sea. The depths of the boundless sea is like a boundless black crystal, exuding an unspeakable magnificence and mystery. Just when the old man felt that his body was about to disappear, he clamped his body shape and dragged him with a sudden flick. After a while, the old man was thrown onto a land. He was smashed into pieces, and at the same time an extremely pure and extremely powerful force entered his meridians, constantly moisturizing. The fragile mind was repaired, and the old man propped up and sat up dangling. Where is this place? Everything in front of me is like some kind of magical cave, all kinds of spar condensed from the purest derivation crystal, exudes magnificent brilliance. At this moment, the slender figure that had been standing outside the entrance of the cave walked toward the cave. The old man immediately entered a state of alert. "Don't worry, I don't want to act on you. If I want to act on you, you would have disappeared into the sea just now." The figure's voice was lazy and deep, as if only waking up from a sleep. The hole was slightly bright, so that the old man could barely see him. The figure has long hands and long legs, and a well-proportioned figure. Although his face is not beautiful, it is free and unrestrained. On his chest is engraved with some mysterious flowing clouds and water patterns, with the reckless breath of ancient times. He came to the old man, then slowly squatted down. After looking at Jian Wushuang, who was lying on his back, who didn't know his life or death, he looked at the old man again, with some playfulness. "Do you want to carry him and change merit in front of that person?" The old man shuddered without a trace, and then said a little embarrassed, "You don't fart to me. Your eyes saw that I was going to do this." He smiled, and didn't care about the abusive words in the old man's mouth. Instead, he stretched out his hand to Jian Wushuang, and said leisurely, "I've seen the battle just now from beginning to end. He is terrible, very powerful, and easy. Only 3 of those law enforcement officers were left. But he has passed out now. If he is brought to that person at this time, I think the accumulated merits can set us all free." "What do you mean?" The old man looked at him nervously and asked. The young man with long hands and legs then said, "The meaning is very simple. It is to bring him to the person and accumulate merits. Can you do it?" Hearing this, the old man didn't rush to speak. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "I can't make a decision. He didn't kill me." Hearing this sentence, he raised his brows slightly. "That's a good answer. If you agreed with me just now you are a corpse." The old man's figure was startled. His face also became cold. "What do you mean?" "It's not interesting. We will leave here next." The long-legged young man shrugged and said, "When he gets better, let's leave." Jian Wushuang felt his head tingle, as if it might burst at any time. His spiritual thoughts that had already reached perfection were all chaotic and turned upside down. The immortal body had already recovered, and the damage caused by the black-robed Dian Immortal to Jian Wushuang was not fatal. What was really deadly was Jian Wushuang's own overdraft. The way of killing was too domineering, and it was extremely terrifying to consume his own power. But Jian Wushuang has been swallowing D-pin pills, calm to ensure the supply of the way of killing, which also caused his meridians to be overdrawn and depleted. Although he was constantly recovering, the feeling of overdraft in his mind still made Jian Wushuang in an extremely painful state. His temples were sweating like syrup, and even the power in the fairy's body was not controlled and flowed wantonly. This terrible feeling lasted for a long time, and when he got better, he immediately opened his eyes. In the eyes, it is a cave with mystery, and there was a strange face looking at him with a smile on his face. When Jian Wushuang woke up, the young man with long hands and legs smiled and said, "Congratulations on getting out of danger. You can call me Bian Ziyuan." Bian Ziyuan, a very unique name. Jian Wushuang's head was dizzy, but he remembered it for the first time. This somewhat unique but catchy name. Chapter 49:39. A young man with long hands and long legs named Bian Ziyuan slowly got up and reached out his hand to the deepest part of the cave. "We have been walking along the road ahead, and we can leave the sea area." Without answering him, Jian Wushuang strongly supported the ground and sat up. Although his complexion was still pale, the fairy body had recovered more than half. There is no goodwill for no reason. Although Jian Wushuang is still a little unclear about the current situation, he can still vaguely guess that the reason why he is here is inseparable from this young man named Bian Ziyuan. But being able to save him in front of those black-robed Dian Immortals shouldn't have too many crooked minds. As if seeing the coldness in Jian Wushuang's eyes, Bian then didn't care, but continued, "This underwater cave was discovered by me at the beginning. It's extremely secretive. I'm afraid I'm the only one who knows the Immortal, so please rest assured." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, and when he saw the old man squatting beside him, his eyes were surprised. "You didn't go." The old man smiled bitterly. "I saw that the adult was in trouble before, so I gritted my teeth and took you away. Who knows that the skills are not as good as people? And then I fell into the bottom of the sea. Thank you for your help." Jian Wushuang arched his hands. He hurriedly waved his hand. No, I'm still paying back my kindness, sir. Didn't you spare my life before?" 1 yard goes to 1 yard. Thanks a lot, Jian Wushuang replied. At this moment, Bian Ziyuan smiled slightly and said, "You too hurry up. Let's leave here before they can react. It is the best policy." Jian Wushuang was still wary of this Bian Ziyuan, but the current situation was indeed as he said. He needed to leave as soon as possible. The karst cave formed at an unknown time. Its inner strength has been condensed into crystals, exuding magnificent brilliance. If this is not under the sea, I am afraid it will be a very good place. Bian Zi walked far in the front, was responsible for leading the way, and headed towards the deepest part of the cave. Out of caution, Jian Wushuang walked to the very end, always alert for possible changes. The karst cave was very long and there was no abnormality. As Bian Ziyuan said, it seemed that besides him, there was no immortal in this karst cave. The more you move forward, the pure power begins to flow slowly. Not knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional, Bian Ziyuan began to approach Jian Wushuang and walked side by side, with some unconcealed curiosity in his eyes. Finally he said, "I wonder if I can ask, name Taboo?" Jian Wushuang glanced at him, then said, "Mist." "Misty?" "Yes, there is a hazy feeling." Bian Ziyuan said with a smile, "It is very similar to the name of an old friend of mine." He didn't answer. Jian Wushuang had already raised the highest vigilance in his heart for these Dian Immortals who were exiled in the sea of no edge. There was no exile for no reason, and it would be difficult to wipe out the resentment in their hearts after these endless years. "Brother Wu, I think you are very face-to-face. Is this the first time you came to Tianlu?" Bian Ziyuan asked softly while leading the way. Jian Wushuang nodded and replied, "Yes, come to find a companion, and don't stay here any longer." Bian Ziyuan pondered slightly. Companion? I think the nearest outsider to Tianlu seems to be you, Brother Wu. I am afraid you will be disappointed. Jian Wushuang said, "That's okay. You can always find it." "That's not necessarily true." Bian Zi's face was slightly subtle. Brother Wu, you have to know that this endless sea has endless edges, and its content is large enough to cover the universe, even if it is extremely easy for us to grow an immortal lost in this. So, I think if you don't have a place to stay, you are likely to get lost in this endless sea. Jian Wushuang heard the words, nodded slightly, and said, "Thank you for telling me, but I don't plan to stay here anymore." "Good luck, then." Bian Ziyuan shrugged, then continued to lead the way. Due to the position, the old man gradually fell to the back of the team. At this time his expression was extremely anxious, as if waiting for something. This karst cave under the plane of heaven and land has grown to its extreme depth, and even though it is full of power, it still makes Jian Wushuang a little uncomfortable. He is ready to deal with changes and release his sword intent at any time. But nothing happened next, and the karst cave channel gradually moved upward without any change. When Bian Ziyuan opened the end of the passage, the hazy light beam from the outside shone in. "Brother Wu, it's safe now." Bian Ziyuan smiled. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief, solemnly arched his hand, and then walked out. Stepping out of the karst cave channel, all you can see is the gray-white earth, without even the slightest cover. At this time, the old man who had not spoken quickly came to him and said in a low voice and fast, "My lord, hurry up with me. I will take you out of here." Jian Wushuang heard this, although he was a little confused in his heart, but in the end he nodded. "Okay." The old man was overjoyed and hurried to lead the way. At this moment, Bian Ziyuan's lazy voice sounded, "Brother Wu, where are you going?" "Leave here." Jian Wushuang replied, and then turned to leave. "If you want to leave with that old man, I can only say that you are stupid. Since you are so stupid, it is better to leave your destiny to me." Bian Ziyuan's voice changed from lazy to cold. In the next moment, hundreds of millions of violent force burst out, covering the entire sky. Jian Wushuang's heart was tight, and he directly released the ancestral technique, the Power World Tianmen, without thinking. But the majestic Tianmen just appeared, and it was knocked out by a giant palm covering the sky. At this moment, the original soft-eyed Bianzi was far away, and his body was full of majestic momentum, and the flowing clouds and water patterns on his chest were flowing slowly, full of general momentum that could not be seen directly. Jian Wushuang's eyes were solemn. Who could have imagined that this guy who looked extremely infamous and didn't even have a lot of power fluctuations was actually rank 6 Dian Immortal? An extremely mysterious light will emerged behind Bian Ziyuan. His eyes had become extremely dark, and the flowing clouds and water patterns on his body were undulating. The old man who saw this scene was shocked and sat down on the ground, terrified to the extreme. "Originally, I planned to let you go, but instead of being killed by insidious crap, it's better to die in my hands," Bian Ziyuan said, stretched out his palm cover and pressed towards Jian Wushuang. Beneath the boundless sky, the sky fell sullenly, and a huge black palm that stretched for 1,000,000 feet came down, facing the full blow of rank 6 Dian Immortal. Jian Wushuang was inevitable and could only choose to face it. Fairy style, a little mountain and river reappear. A 7-planet galaxy flows slowly between his eyebrows. Chapter 4940. If Dian Immortal, even rank 3 Dian Immortal, Jian Wushuang had the confidence to kill it. Then facing rank 6, he had no chance of winning at all. The 6th rank is a watershed related to Dian Immortal. Once stepped into the 6th rank, it will be a complete transformation, condensing the light wheel of growth, and the strength is unimaginable. That's why Jian Wushuang was able to kill the rank 3 Dian Immortal. But when faced with the behemoth of rank 6 Dian Immortal, he ran away. Rank 6 Dian Immortal is a nightmare existence. But now he is unavoidable and can only meet up. The fairy-style little mountains and rivers are called out, and the mountains and gods rise directly centered on Jian Wushuang. At the same time, violent Tianhe shot out from his palm, turning into a series of groundbreaking exercises, strangling away. The world was magnificent, and the most majestic blow broke out. The sacred mountain stands, the Tianhe River rushes, and the Star Sea flows, together constructing the fairy style of Jian Wushuang. The most magnificent slaying explosion completely burst, and the indescribable Huameng condensed at the center, like a million days shining in it, astonished to the extreme. I'm afraid that even Yanxian can't survive in the center of this martyrdom. Bianzi, who was standing in the void, saw this scene far away. Although his expression was calm, his eyes had been replaced by surprise. He could feel Jian Wushuang's terrifying trend that could be resisted by the chamber, and it was precisely because of this that he was surprised. Is there really such a terrible Yanxian? As early as Jian Wushuang's previous battle with 10 Hypodian Immortals, Bian Ziyuan had completely witnessed the battle, so at this moment he did not think that Jian Wushuang would be determined. After releasing Geishan's palm, he only stayed for a moment, and then his figure disappeared. Unparalleled, blasting the center. Jian Wushuang's figure did not receive too much blow. He quickly took out a D-pin pill and stuffed it into his mouth, preparing to fight for his life. Although there is no chance of winning against a rank 6 Dian Immortal, he is confident that he can escape even if he can't defeat it. The prosperous fairy-style Yijian Shanhe directly offset Bian Ziyuan's blow, and just as Jian Wushuang was about to take the lead, a big crisis suddenly surged behind him. Jian Wushuang was horrified, and he didn't even want to break up and kick it out. The old man, holding a dazzling force, did not respond at all, and the hideous expression on his face was kicked out before he could even hide it. Divine blood spewed out, and the old man fell heavily to the ground. His chest collapsed. The fairy body of Dian Immortal could not resist Jian Wushuang's kick. With a mixture of fright and anger, Jian Wushuang was extremely furious. "Why did you do this?" After spitting out another mouthful of divine blood, the old man was so frightened that he backed away again and again. Jian Wushuang, who had already burst out his murderous intent, was ready to kill him directly. But at this moment, Bian Ziyuan appeared behind his back like a ghost, and then quietly pressed his palm against Jian Wushuang's back. In an instant, an unknown number of Yanli Huameng surged out, all bombarded. Jian Wushuang was inevitable, and his back completely took the blow. This terrible blow was heavier than the previous blow. Being so caught off guard, Jian Wushuang suddenly pours out a sip of blood, and his naked arms are directly shattered. Bian Ziyuan's attack was so terrible that Jian Wushuang instantly lost the ability to fight again. If it were not for the protection of Jishinai Ixuan, I am afraid his fairy body would be broken directly. Not dead yet. The corners of Bian Ziyuan's eyes trembled, but he didn't make any more moves, instead letting Jian Wushuang fall to the ground. Boom! He fell heavily on the ground, and the blood of the gods flowed out from the broken fairy body, and drops of blood fell on the gray-white ground and was directly swallowed. At the same time, strips of gray-white tentacles rose from the ground and then clung to Jian Wushuang's fairy body. These tentacles can swallow all the celestial bodies of the Dian Immortal, and are one of the main components for building heaven and land. Immediately afterwards, Bianzi, with an endless momentum, fell in front of Jian Wushuang. He stomped his foot, and the tentacles that were supposed to swallow Jian Wushuang got into the ground one after another. Then Bianzi slowly squatted down and looked at him with regret. "It's a pity that a good seedling. I originally pitied you, but I had to cut you personally. It's a pity." Successfully attacked from behind, his eyes were full of pride and regret at the moment. But Jian Wushuang's naked arm outside Jiutian Yixuan had been smashed. Unable to make any movements at all, he could only glare at Bian Ziyuan. Bian Ziyuan, who seemed to have lost his interest in beheading, slowly got up and looked at the sluggish old man on the side, with a touch of disgust in his eyes. "You scumbag! I have seen your impure disposition a long time ago, so you hide your murderous intent here," Bian Ziyuan said in disgust, raising his palm and preparing to blast the old man. At the same time, a loud sound of morning bell and evening drum broke the dead silence of Tianlu and spread throughout the 4 fields. Hearing the loud voice of Hong Zhong Dalu, Bian Ziyuan retracted his palm, raised his head to look at the center of the sky, and then directly picked up Jian Wushuang and ran straight ahead. With the passage of time, the immortal body began to repair quickly, and Jian Wushuang's originally shattered limbs had grown back. And with Yan Li tied his Bian Ziyuan, seeing the scene, his eyelids also jumped, judging from the strength and resilience of the immortal body. This guy turned out to be an immortal? But Bian Ziyuan didn't think he was a fairy cultivator. After all, how could there be a fairy cultivator who could kill nearly 10-day cultivators with his own power? "It's best not to move, or I promise you won't survive to enter the imperial city," Bian Ziyuan warned solemnly. Jian Wushuang, who was trapped by Yan Li, was still in a weak state and had no chance of winning in the face of him. So Jian Wushuang did not intend to do it. Pierce the sky, with the strength of the 6th rank Dayan immortal on the side, almost within a few breaths, reached the center of the entire heaven and land plain. It was a giant city, a magnificent and fortified giant city. But no giant city can radiate that kind of ethereal and majestic general trend. Only an imperial city can be described. On the entire heaven and land plain, there is only this building, which is extremely magnificent. After seeing this imperial city, Bian Ziyuan's face also became serious. Then he carried Jian Wushuang and quickly entered the imperial city. Big heaven official! In front of Emperor Huihong's gate, 2 third-turn Dangxians guarded them. When they saw the arrival of Bian Ziyuan, they cried out with their hands. Bian Ziyuan nodded slightly, and then directly carrying Jian Wushuang, stepped through the Emperor Gate and entered this formidable imperial city. A wave of supreme majesty rushed towards his face. Chapter 49-41. That kind of supreme majesty was so severe and cold that Jian Wushuang had some doubts about what actually lived here. The so-called imperial city can be crowned with the word emperor. Could there be an emperor living here? Jian Wushuang was a little surprised, but soon he denied himself. Even if Zhan Weiyang passed tyrant Zhu Wushuang, it shouldn't be possible to exile another emperor in this endless sea. You must know that Jian Wushuang was accompanied by the true shadow of the 3 emperors, and the emperor bodies that they had fought with Zhen Weiyang were shattered and were not captured. It can be seen that the emperor can be killed by another emperor, but he cannot be captured or banished. But when the 2 third-rank Dayan immortals guarding outside the Emperor Gate called Bian Ziyuan the Great Heaven Official, they still made Jian Wushuang suspicious. The so-called Tianguan is a collective term for titles that exist in the line of emperors. Only the emperor and monarch can have the seat of Heaven Official. Take the line of Emperor Zhen Weiyang, who controls the entire Desai domain. There are 7 emperors under the seat of Zhen Weiyang, and each emperor's seat strictly has 1 big heaven official and 10 small heaven officials, and they cannot be exceeded. As for the seat of the emperor, there is only 1 great heaven official, and there are no restrictions on the small heaven official. And the importance of the seat of the great heaven official even surpassed the importance of a big companion who had grown up next to the emperor since childhood. In this way, it suffices to explain that once there are great heavenly officials and small heavenly officials, it means the emergence of the emperor's line, because they only serve the emperor and the emperor. Bian Ziyuan is called the Great Heaven Official, which means that there is probably a line of emperors in this imperial city. Jian Wushuang thought this way. He couldn't help being a little serious. Soon, everything that came into view made him more solemn. I saw countless celestial bones piled up, forming an avenue to the sky, extending into the unknown mist. And at the end of the mist, a looming outline of a large but magnificent giant hall appeared. This scene was so shocking and awe-inspiring that Jian Wushuang began to believe that there must be some terrifying existence in it. Since your hands and feet have grown out, then go by yourself. I advise you to enter this imperial city, but don't think about how to escape, otherwise the bones under your feet will be your end. After retracting the Yanli chain on Jian Wushuang's immortal body, Bian Ziyuan coldly reminded him, then walked in the forefront and walked towards the giant hall. Jian Wushuang turned his wrist and glanced at him coldly, then looked around. This entire imperial city seemed to be shrouded in mysterious clouds, and there was an unreal feeling. It seemed that there was no other real thing besides the road of bones at the foot. After converging his mind, Jian Wushuang looked at the giant hall shrouded in the clouds and walked slowly. The White Bone Avenue totaled 99,900 feet. Until the last step, Jian Wushuang looked at the giant hall with a complicated expression. The White Bone Avenue behind him is 99,900 feet in total, each of which is made of immortal bones, and every immortal bone is the corpse of an immortal without exception. In other words, just this White Bone Avenue was made up of countless corpses of immortals. What is the origin of this palace master? Who would do such a shocking thing? And there was another strange thing that made Jian Wushuang a little puzzled. There is a huge plaque in front of the giant hall in front of him, with 3 large characters engraved on the plaque. But these 3 big characters are weird to the extreme, because they can't be seen from any direction. Since they can't distinguish the shape, it's hard to understand the meaning. However, Jian Wushuang soon realized that the weird characters on the plaque were not deliberately written like this, but appeared to be the same as reflected in the mirror image. With this idea in mind, he quickly rehearsed it in his mind, and then fully understood it. The 3 weird characters on the plaque of the Sunran Giant Hall turned out to be reflected in mirror images. Jian Wushuang corrected it in his mind and found that the 3 words were somewhat familiar. Ziyan Palace. Standing in front of the giant hall door, Bian Ziyuan turned his head faintly, glanced at Jian Wushuang, who was still in a daze, and then waved his hand to push the hall door open. It was as if the gate of the palace that had been sealed in the dust for countless years was slowly opened, and a unique, misty fragrance also floated out of the palace. Then Bian Ziyuan wandered into the hall. As he entered, murmurs came from both sides of the gloomy hall. I have seen the great heaven official. Although Jian Wushuang didn't want to step into the palace very much, he was unavoidable and had to step into it. As he stepped in, the giant gate of the temple behind closed suddenly. The originally dim giant hall also lit up. On the mountain and sea pillars on both sides of the hall, nearly 100 sky lanterns slowly light up. As the sky lanterns light up, people in black robes began to walk out on both sides of the hall. Jian Wushuang's eyes were solemn, and each of these black-robed men approaching him had at least the strength of rank 3 Dayan Immortal. If once shot, I am afraid it will be extremely optimistic. Seeing the black-robed Dayan Immortals approaching in front of him, he was already secretly prepared to fight. At this moment, Bian Ziyuan stopped, turned around slowly, and said in a low voice, "Back!" With the falling of this voice, the black-robed Dayan Immortals who had surrounded Jian Wushuang in groups retreated like a tide. Looking at him again, Bian Ziyuan continued to walk deep into the giant hall. Jian Wushuang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and after taking a look around the hidden crisis, he stopped staying and moved forward slowly. "His Royal Highness, he and I have brought you." Bian Ziyuan stopped and bowed slightly, facing the dim depths of the temple. Immediately afterwards, a faint voice with doubts sounded. "Ziyuan, are you here?" Soon, a somewhat thin figure walked out from the depths of the hall, walking in a hurry. "Ziyuan, is you?" The thin figure wore a gray dress. His face was like a crown, but he was extremely pale. After seeing the person, Bian Ziyuan nodded again, "Go back to your highness, it's me, he and I have brought you." This young man, called His Royal Highness, turned his gaze to Jian Wushuang. For some reason, Jian Wushuang looked at him, always feeling inexplicably familiar. "It's him, a mere fairy, who killed the 7 Dian fairy under my seat?" The young man was a little bit incredulous. Bian Ziyuan then said, "His Royal Highness, yes, he was indeed the only one who killed Dian Immortal across the border. But not only 7, but 11. "What? 11? The young man was shocked. "But he is obviously just a fairy." Bian Ziyuan's mouth also twitched when he heard that. Indeed, such a record on a Yensian would be too unbelievable. Chapter 49-42. Since the beginning of ancient times, I have never heard of the fact that there is a Yensian who can kill Dianxian across the border. The perception between the two is comparable to Yinghua and Haoyue. If it weren't for the scene that Bian Ziyuan saw with his own eyes, I am afraid that he would not believe it if he was killed. A small Zhao Yangxian not only crossed the border to kill Dianxian, but also killed 11 without stopping. Faced with the encirclement and suppression of 11 Dian Immortals, I am afraid that even he himself could not do so easily. But the facts have happened, and he can't help but believe it. Bian Ziyuan even thought in his heart, once Jian Wushuang broke through Yensian and climbed into the realm of Dianxian, what would it be like? Afterwards, he nodded slightly and said, "His Royal Highness, it is true that all 11 Dian Immortals died in his hands. Among them, the 6 black robe envoys under your seat also fell into his hands." The young man called His Royal Highness frowned and looked at Jian Wushuang solemnly. He was slightly uncomfortable looking at this kind of majestic gaze. The young man in front of him gave Jian Wushuang an inexplicable sense of familiarity, but he had no idea where this sense of familiarity came from. After a while, he said in a cold voice, "So the 7 black robe envoys under my seat really fell into your hands?" Jian Wushuang didn't conceal it either, and said calmly, "Yes, but they are guilty of death. If I don't come to chase me, I don't need to be an enemy." "Then do you know why they are enemies with you?" Bian Ziyuan turned around and looked at him coldly. "If you didn't intend to destroy Tianlu, how could they kill you?" Jian Wushuang was a little dumb for a while. In the battle with the previous 4 Dian Immortals, indeed the land under his feet could not withstand the attack and became fragmented. Later, Bian Ziyuan's voice eased. "You have to know how difficult it is to establish a plane of heaven and land in this borderless sea. Above the borderless sea, everything in heaven and earth cannot float, and even Dian Immortal cannot shuttle in the sea for a long time. And this is enough to explain the importance of the heaven and land plane. Once the heaven and the land are broken, all the big things here, there is no way for Yensian to escape. Do you know how the land plane was formed this day?" Bian Ziyuan came to Jian Wufang and said softly, "Every inch of this land is accumulated with the corpse of Yensian." Jian Wushuang raised his brows slightly, and he had already secretly transported the strength in his palm. "Well, Ziyuan, now I really want to see how he killed the 7 Dian Immortals under my seat." The young man walked out of the darkness slowly and looked at him playfully. Then he waved his hand gently. Suddenly, 3 black robe envoys walked out from behind the mountains and sea pillars on both sides of the giant hall, blocking Jian Wushuang's path from behind. "Let's get started. Only if you survive, you are qualified to continue talking." As his voice fell, the 3 black robes behind Jian Wushuang moved, and the endless momentum was revealed at this moment. 2 initial realms, 1 3-turn realm. In an instant, the Dian Immortal, who was in the 3-turn realm, set off first, and his endless strength gathered from his palm, like the sharpest and unmatched blade, piercing Jian Wushuang's back. At this moment, he also moved, but he didn't turn around, but the fairy leaned slightly and avoided the terrible blow. While evading, Jian Wushuang slammed a punch to his side with all his strength. With the blessing of the true shadow of selflessness, this punch exerted 10% of its power. The black robe envoy who missed a blow was caught off guard, and his entire side was completely hit by the punch. Boom! The huge force burst out. Where the black robe could eat this huge force, the whole fairy body flew out like a broken kite and hit the mountain and sea pillar heavily. The mountains and sea pillars supporting the giant hall on each side are as thick as 100 feet encircled, and ordinary Yensian might not be able to destroy it. Boom! The black robe made a heavy smash on a mountain and sea pillar, and countless cracks centered on him, instantly covering the entire pillar. I am afraid it will break directly in the next moment. Jian Wushuang didn't stop after slamming a 3-ranked Dian Immortal into the air. He turned around and faced the other 2 black robe envoys who rushed forward. Unmatched strength burst in this giant hall. A gust of wind swept through, shaking the entire giant hall. Seeing the figure that fought fiercely with the 3 Dian Immortals and did not lose the wind, the young man and Bian Ziyuan were completely shocked at this moment. This scene is really astonishing. You must know that Immortal Yen is not a plaything in Dian Immortal's hands, and can be killed almost at will. There is no possibility of fighting with each other, but the appearance of Jian Wushuang broke their inherent cognition. It turns out that Yen Xian can kill Dian Xian across the border. 36,000 sword intent rose from the body, protecting Jian Wushuang from being attacked. With the blessing of the true shadow of Wu Self, he has no fear of the Dian Immortal in the 2 initial realms, and even the 3-turn Dian Immortal behind him is not in his eyes. Because the Dian Immortal in this borderless sea is more or less weakened, which is why Jian Wushuang dared to give it a go. With heavy punches, a slightly shorter Dian Immortal was inevitable, and was hit by the front. In an instant, his chest collapsed directly, and the entire fairy body folded strangely from the middle, and then flew out like a cannonball, hitting the mountain and sea pillar. Boom! The entire mountain and sea pillar seemed to be unable to withstand the tremendous force, and broke directly from the middle. The giant hall shook, and it seemed that a corner of the hall was almost torn apart. After severely injuring a black robe envoy, Jian Wushuang's whole body pressure was reduced, and the battle was completely released. Although he completely let go of his hands and feet, he did not kill him. In this giant palace, if a Khonshu, calm kills Dian Immortal under his seat 1 by 1 in front of the master in the temple, I am afraid it will be really impossible to be kind. The giant hall was shaking, and the unparalleled strength burst open. With Jian Wushuang as the center, a series of fine cracks emerged from the feet and then gradually spread. The 2 black robes kept flying out, then climbed up from the ground and fought again. The mountains and sea pillars were smashed by huge force, and there was already a mess in the center of the temple. The young man watching the scene had already twitched his eyes. Bian Ziyuan also turned from the initial shock to helplessness. He turned to look at the young man and said, "His Royal Highness, don't let them fight anymore. Otherwise your heavenly palace should collapse." "Quick, stop," the young man finally said. Bian Ziyuan, who received the order, nodded, then took a step forward and stretched out his hand to wave freely. In an instant, there was endless, exquisite mist falling. Chapter 49-43. As this exquisite mist fell, frost also followed, and the battlefield in the giant hall was frozen. Jian Wushuang, who was fighting fiercely with the 2 Dian Immortals, felt that the temperature all over his body dropped sharply, as if he had fallen into an endless cave, and the forest was extremely cold. And the 2 Dian Immortals who flew into the air were also directly frozen in the air at this moment. Jian Wushuang couldn't hold back his strength and slammed out. The 2 Dian Immortals that were enclosed by ice were directly blasted into countless ice crystals and scattered all over the ground. Ding, 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 the crisp ice crystal fell, and the giant hall fell into dead silence again. Of the 3 Dian Immortals who fought against each other, there was only one left at this moment, and he did not know his life or death. Throwing the ice crystal off his palm, Jian Wushuang calmly looked at Bian Ziyuan. Bian Ziyuan's eyes were cold, and he stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Are you looking for death?" He didn't speak, and between his palms, an invisible sword was condensed. The originally silent hall was instantly filled with a sense of killing. "Do you think you are my opponent?" Bien Zi took a step forward. An endless stream of clouds and water patterns appeared, and at the same time a light will appeared from behind him. Just as the battle was over, the young man spoke with a low voice. "My heavenly palace is not the place where you do your hands, so give me a little restraint, otherwise the cornerstone of this heavenly palace. You will use your fairy body to cushion it." Hearing the words, Bien Ziyuan withdrew an unprecedentedly powerful force and retreated behind him. Jian Wushuang also scattered the sword in his hand and looked at the young man walking towards him and said, "I'm sorry for the fact today. I left on my own and will never step here again." "Leave? Just leave like this? You killed nearly 10 black robe envoys under my seat. How do we calculate this account?" The young man looked at him with a faint smile and said, "Do you think I will let you go easily?" "What do you want to do?" Jian Wushuang looked at him. He smiled slightly. "What I want is simple. It's just a transaction, even if you pay me back." Hearing these words, Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. What he disliked the most was this kind of transaction. He felt the discomfort of being controlled by others. "You only have this option." The young man pointed a finger at him. As his voice fell, black robe envoys began to walk out in the dark on both sides of the giant hall. After pondering for a moment, Jian Wushuang said in a cold voice, "What deal?" "This transaction is very simple, but you need to leave a place alive before I can tell you the terms of the transaction." The young man walked slowly to Jian Wushuang's face and said with a smile. Jian Wushuang felt a great crisis inexplicably, but it was too late. A total of 40 black robe envoys released their respective powers at this moment and blasted on the floor of the hall. In an instant, as if opening a huge dust-sealed door, blood-red ripples appeared on the entire floor. "Good luck." The young man smiled weirdly and pushed him down after reaching out. Jian Wushuang was shocked. He wanted to resist, but the giant hall behind him had become an endless sea of blood. One blood palm grabbed him, and then dragged it directly into the blood sea, disappearing. The blood wave rolled, and everything was calm again. At this moment, Bien Ziyuan came to the young man's side and asked, "His Royal Highness, are you planning to put all hope on him? Do you have any other way?" He carried his hands on his back, as if thinking about something. "He gave me a very different feeling. I have a hunch that if we can leave this endless sea, we will be with him. There is a big relationship." "I hope so. The time we have been trapped here is too long." Bien Ziyuan sighed softly, looking at the surging sea of blood. What if he can't survive this blood test? Then let him die in it. This sea of blood was originally made up of Wangxian's bones. There's no more than one, and a lot less. Wow. In his ears was the sound of water flowing like a clear spring, and Jian Wushuang woke up almost when he was plunged into this sea of blood. He directly condensed the invisible sword, and then cut off all the blood arms that were entwined with the immortal body. Looking into the eyes, everything is pure blood red, unlike the endless sea of blood in the Sand Demon Cavern. This sea of blood does not have the kind of cold and dead air and the vicious coldness, but is full of forbidden auras. This kind of restriction is very weird, full of the aura of ancient precipitation, and gives people a sense of unknown severity. Swinging a sword to cut away the hands entwined with him, Jian Wushuang let the fairy slowly fall. He could feel that there was only boundless death, and there was no other threat. Where is this place, and why does it give me a feeling of forbidden land? Jian Wushuang recalled in his mind, while looking at everything in front of him. Soon his figure sank into the deepest part of this sea of blood. What surprised him was that the depths of this sea of blood turned out to be land. It is indeed land, only land paved with bones. The broken fairy bodies have long been turned into piles of bones, stacked on top of everything, forming a boundless land of bones. standing under this sea of blood. Jian Wushuang watched this scene with a little shock, but he was also a little shocked because of his firm mind. How many immortals need to fall before they can pile up this boneless earth? This is a confined space under the sea of blood. There is an endless sea of blood above his head and a boundless earth of bones under his feet. Beneath the infinite, only he was alone, lonely to the extreme. Why would you throw me under this sea of blood? After converging his mind, Jian Wushuang began to think about this question. This sea of blood is endless, full of the breath of ancient prohibition, like an ancient battlefield left by one party, rather than a prisoner's execution ground. Could it be that he intends to give me some chance here? He thought of various possibilities again, and at this moment, following the sobbing of the cold and long wind, a cold and charming voice quietly sounded behind Jian Wushuang. Wushuang, look back and see who I am. Jian Wushuang suddenly turned around, only to see a figure wearing a black gold pleated skirt. That is a woman. A black and gold pleated skirt made her figure set against the luxury and coldness to the extreme. They were no more than a few feet apart, and they could clearly see their faces. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes condensed unconsciously, and his heartbeat speeded up a bit. Facing such a mysterious woman, he always felt a certain kind of shackles in his heart. Since the first encounter in the first great voyage, they have only hurriedly counted. Chapter 49-44. Although they only hurriedly counted the faces, they could always meet in unexpected places, as if they were destined to never leave. The long wind blew her long hair, and even the black and gold pleated skirt was blowing, like black and gold flowers in full bloom, making her impossible to see. Above this boneless earth, she is the only one who is alone, withered and cold, yet clear and beautiful. She is Zheng Ying. The long hair was blown away by the long wind, and then she took out a golden hairpin from her waist and coiled the scattered long hair behind her. A pair of Yingmu with a unique charm, as if full of autumn water, fixedly looking at Jian Wushuang. At this moment, Jian Wushuang didn't even evade that kind of gaze, but for some reason he couldn't avoid it, so he could only look at her. She is truly stunning, but she carries an indescribable danger. After the two looked at each other for a while, Zheng Ying walked towards him slowly. Jian Wushuang wanted to retreat, but found that the movement was a little unnatural. Go ahead, why are you here? She had a very unfriendly tone and questioned him. Listening to this familiar tone, Jian Wushuang began to be a little confused. Are you really Zheng Ying? It's not my illusion? Answer my question first. Zheng Ying's tone is beyond doubt, her stunning cheeks faintly angry. Jian Wushuang was helpless and finally compromised. Well, I came here mainly because I wanted to find Diqing, and he was banished here. Then he told Zheng Ying about everything that happened before. After hearing all this, Zheng Ying's sword brows frowned slightly. Stupid. Just for his own sake? Just venture here alone? Do you know where this is? Don't you be afraid of dying here? Jian Wushuang immediately said, I have 90% confidence that I can find the truth and leave here with him. But if I do not happen to fall here, then I can only recognize it. Stupid! Then do you know that I am the catastrophe you are facing now? Zheng Ying said coldly as he looked at him, and then suddenly drew a sharp, soft sword from the jade belt around his waist. The tip of the sword reached his throat. Jian Wushuang didn't do anything, and he didn't even release Yanli. He could feel that Zheng Ying had no intention to kill, and he didn't even release Yanli. Are you the real Zheng Ying or the fake Zheng Ying? He was completely puzzled and began to fall into doubt. Zheng Ying retracted his soft sword and said coldly, Of course, I am a fake. Jian Wushuang did not expect that she would answer so simply. Withdrawing the soft sword, Zheng Ying continued to say coldly, Remember every word I said here. You don't believe in any immortal. Just make a path. Don't believe anyone who tells you anything. Hearing this, he pondered for a moment, then asked uncertainly, Then what you said, should I believe it? Zhang Ying was silent and finally said, "Don't let me smoke you." After speaking these last words, she turned and left. "Remember every word I say. It can support you to live here." Zhang Ying's figure finally dissipated before Jian Wushuang's eyes, as if nothing had ever appeared. But Jian Wushuang knew that she had indeed been here. Strange. Why does she know where I am every time? Jian Wushuang touched his chin with some doubts. At this point, he has determined that it is indeed Zhang Ying himself, although every time she appears, she is a little too unbelievable. Retaining his mind, Jian Wushuang thought about what Zhang Ying had conveyed in his heart and then decided to set off. This white bone land under the sea of blood has been extending endlessly. He guessed that if he wanted to leave here, he could only keep moving forward. If this is the case, then break a path. Jian Wushuang's eyes became sharp at this moment, and the entire fairy body was like a real sword hidden from the front. It seemed that as his mind turned, the deadly bone earth began to shake. Like boiling, the broken bones began to recover. The breath of the supreme fairy. A dilapidated fairy bone lifted up the sword. It seemed to be attracted by the aura exuding from Jian Wushuang's body. Two groups of dying black light surged in the eye sockets. Hungry! It suddenly raised the broken real sword in its hand and rushed towards it as if it went crazy. Jian Wushuang shook his head helplessly. The next moment, an invisible sword condensed in his hand. Facing the army of bones that gradually gathered in front of him, he released the most severe blow. Wushuang Kendo, Zingehu Heijianyani, the first style. Star. An unremarkable straight cut fell, like dropping a stone in the lake. Boom! The endless trend burst completely at this moment. Millions of sword intents have risen from the sky. Each of them is the peak sword intent. With the surge of millions of sword intent, thousands of on-pillars also exploded. The bones of the earth quaked, as if they were torn apart. The army of bones that was running wild under this sword was directly broken into powder. 100,000 bones, 1,000,000 sword intent. The mountains and seas will fall, and the heavens are trembling under this sword. Countless bones shattered into dust and returned to the earth again. A figure stepping on countless bones with 1,000,000 sword intent, moving forward firmly. At the same time, in the giant palace of Tianlu, the young man standing in front of the sea of blood and Bian Zifar, after seeing this shocking scene, the corner of their eyes jumped fiercely. Especially Jian Wushuang carrying 1,000,000 sword intent and easily strangling the army of bones is a scene of refreshing cognition. After a long while, the young man took a deep breath and said, "What is the origin of this guy? How could it be Yan Xian?" Bian Ziyuan shook his head. "I don't know much about him. I'm afraid I don't know his origin without Yan Xian. He is very mysterious. For him, this assessment will probably be completed soon." The young man shook his head and said, "Done? I am afraid it is impossible to complete. Under this blood sea, there is still an existence comparable to an emperor. Do you want him to get that person's inheritance?" Bian Ziyuan looked a little solemn. "This is not something I think he can get. No one knows what that person means. My only hope now is that he can come out alive." The young man said, "Perhaps when he walks out, it is the time we know when we can leave here." Crack! The last sound of sword cutting fell, and there was no other fairy bone to stand before Jian Wufang. These fairy bones, which have been lost for so many years, are already fragile to the extreme, and they are not climate at all. If the ordinary Dian Immortal entered this place, he might hate it, but Jian Wushuang is different. These immortal bones can't even cause any effective damage to him. Chapter 49-45. Every sword intent he released was enough to easily kill any fairy bone. Millions of sword intent originate from swordsmanship and go round and round, endlessly. Even after killing all the immortal bones in front of him, he didn't expend too much effort. This is a road to the bones of immortality, and I don't know how many immortals fell here to cast it. Although the army of 100,000 immortal bones had been revived, Jian Wushuang knew that this was just the beginning. This river and bones road hidden under the imperial city seems to have not been opened for countless years, full of an unspeakable ancient prohibition. Jian Wushuang was alone, stepping on the broken fairy bones under his feet and marching towards the deepest part of the White Bone Road. Everything has just begun. In order to prevent the occurrence of unexpected situations, he directly let the sword intent flow around his body, and once a danger approaches, he can directly react. On the road to the bones, apart from the bones whose fairy rhyme was lost, there are only treasures and true swords that were broken everywhere. They have been broken for countless years and have long fallen asleep with their owners. The most well-preserved of these treasures are some real swords. They thrust into the ground obliquely. Although the sword's edge is not sharp, but there is still a powerful force surging, as if waiting for a battle. The more he moved forward, the more Jian Wushuang felt a little unusual. The sense of ancient prohibition became stronger again. At the same time, the bones under the feet were very different from before, turning into grayish white. It was another 100 feet of distance. Jian Wushuang saw a strange scene. In the middle of the road in front of the bones, a pile of bones made up of countless bones blocked the way forward. The gray-white broken fairy bones had already lost the slightest rhyme, but they gave Jian Wushuang an unprecedented pressure. He has an intuition that there is something dangerous in this pile of bones. If he follows his character, he will certainly not move forward, but the current situation has forced him to move forward. Stepping into the realm of bone piles, a violent storm erupted in an instant. In the next moment, the pile of bones as high as 10,000 feet shattered suddenly, and a dark arm that looked like a real dragon came out of it and slammed heavily towards the location of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was taken aback. Although all these changes came too fast, he still expected it. With his arms crossed and supported, he actually received the blow of the sky. Boom! He snorted, and the fairy body flew upside down 100 meters away in an instant. The bones of the earth were plowed by his legs' 2 deep gully, and his body shape was stopped, forcibly holding back the qi and blood tumbling in the fairy body. Jian Wushuang looked forward with solemn eyes. The pile of bones as high as 10,000 feet has fallen down like a mountain, and the 2 black arms that look like real dragons pushed away the countless bones, gradually revealing the true face. Seeing this scene, even Jian Wushuang was a little moved. Under the pile of white bones, there was a dark figure that was as high as 10,000 feet, like a low mountain. This pitch-black figure sits cross-legged in the middle of the White Bone Road. The whole body is extremely dark, the chest is open, the belly is big, and the face is round. Especially the belly is so big that it occupies almost 2/3 of the size of the whole body, living like a fat myth. The Zen clothes on his body had been ruined to the extreme, and his fat face was peculiarly shiny. 2 red lights burst out from his squinted eyes, and only greed was left in his eyes looking at Jian Wushuang. Immediately afterwards, Ling Jian Wushuang's somewhat uncomfortable scene appeared. A series of waterfall-like saliva dripped from the mouth of the big belly Buddha, almost converging into a river. Then he opened his palms, grabbed the fairy bones scattered on both sides, stuffed them into his mouth, and chewed. The weird creak resounded on the road to the bones. Jian Wushuang frowned, already quietly condensing an invisible sword. Hey, the smell of a real fairy, I haven't smelled it for a long time. The big belly Buddha let out a weird laugh, and his saliva almost turned into a river. Let me take a small bite, just a small bite. I want to eat you all, okay? Jian Wushuang didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, and the invisible sword in his hand pointed straight forward. If you can't kill me, just let me take a sip and I will let you go, okay? Datu Buddha said greedily, die. He whispered in order to make a quick battle. He directly used the ancestral technique. The reason why Jian Wushuang has not abandoned the ancestral technique now is because these 2 types of ancestral techniques have grown up and have not been online. Today's two styles of ancestral techniques are enough to match the immortal style. The ancestors, the power world Tianmen, and the heavenly gates were all released at this moment. Two magnificent heavenly gates straddled the head of the big belly Buddha, and then a giant finger and a giant palm, carrying endless power, slammed into his head fiercely. The next moment, wailing resounded. The brilliance of the two ancestors directly enveloped him. The power is endless, exploding on this boneless road. The wailing of the big belly Buddha resounded across the wild. When the surviving prestige of the ancestral arts dissipated, the big and round head of the big belly Buddha had collapsed. An unknown dark liquid came out of his broken head. "I want you to die." He was furious to the extreme, and strong suction suddenly burst out of his huge mouth. Jian Wushuang, who was standing hundreds of feet away, felt the suction and hurriedly swung his sword to cut away the terrible suction. Seeing that he did not draw him over, the big belly Buddha stretched out his arm of several thousand feet and smashed it. Every time he waved his arm, it was enough to shatter the space. The bones continued to collapse. The huge arm smashed down. Jian Wushuang quickly avoided. This powerful blow was enough to make ordinary Yanxian hate on the spot. Holding the invisible sword, Jian Wushuang jumped 1,000 feet in one step and boarded one of the arms of the big belly Buddha. "Jia Jia, come to my mouth." Big-bellied Buddha opened his huge mouth and swallowed away facing him. Jian Wushuang turned around and glanced at the giant mouth, calm, and then the real sword in his hand suddenly pierced into his arm. "Break it for me." Jian Wushuang roared in a low voice. At this moment, the million sword intent rushed into the arms of the big-bellied Buddha along the blade. The sword intent was like mountains and seas, bursting out loudly. In the next moment, the huge arm of thousands of feet exploded directly from the middle, and the infinite sword intent came out. With just a sword, the arm of the big belly Buddha was broken. The arm fell like a god and hit the road of the bones heavily, stirring up smoke and dust. Falling to the ground again, Jian Wushuang raised his sword and looked at the wailing, big-bellied Buddha, thinking about how to quickly kill him. Through this short fight, Jian Wushuang vaguely guessed that he was most likely rank 6 Dayan Immortal, and it was probably not a simple matter to kill him completely. Miscellaneous, I want you to die. I want you to die without a place to be buried. Chapter 49-46. The big belly Buddha roared in anger, and he was extremely angry when he broke his arm. Then he slammed Jian Wushuang again with his only arm. The space was torn apart, and he quickly avoided. Looking at the big belly Buddha who had lost his senses, Jian Wushuang's mind turned, and the next moment he directly raised his realm to the highest point. The endless Xuanha pattern flows all over his body, and the unknown strength that surpasses the immortal is prosperous to the extreme. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was like the supreme immortal, and all the laws of heaven were crawling under his feet. Seeing this scene, even the arm that big belly Buddha smashed down has a moment of hesitation. Jian Wushuang didn't dodge or avoid, just stretched out a pointer to the front. Boom! When the two collided, the arm that looked like a real dragon was actually sealed in midair, making it difficult to get even an inch. A hint of uncertainty flashed in the eyes of the big belly Buddha, and he realized that he really couldn't do it. Immediately afterwards, Jian Wushuang also spoke. "Let me go, I will let you die. Otherwise I can kill you with one arm, and I can kill your fairy source." "Exterminate my fairy source, hee, relying on your small body?" The big belly Buddha smiled and shot greedy eyes. "It's not impossible to let you go. You just let me take a bite. Take a bite, I will let you go." Jian Wushuang snorted angrily, and the true shadow of Wu-self appeared directly behind him. The true shadow of selflessness, which can be solidified, was released by Jian Wushuang once in the void battlefield of the previous 6-day realm, and it was infinitely mysterious. In an instant, the tens of thousands of feet of selfless true shadow was completely solidified, which was even 1,000 feet higher than that of the Big Belly Buddha. Seeing this horrible scene in front of him, the Big Belly Buddha, who was still laughing, strangely became stagnant, and even forgot what to do next. "If you don't give way, am not welcome." Jian Wushuang and the huge, selfless, real shadow behind them both spoke at the same moment, and boundless power escaped, terrifying to the extreme. Seeing the big-bellied Buddha who had been stagnated, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself that he had been shocked. However, the next moment, the originally stagnant, big-bellied Buddha suddenly laughed wildly, and his remaining arms suddenly stopped the confronting Wu-self true shadow. At the same time, his extremely huge belly broke open at this moment, revealing a gluttonous mouth that could almost swallow the world. His entire belly turned out to be a mouth. Jian Wushuang's heart suddenly rises badly. He wants to remove the true shadow of Wu, but finds that everything is too late. I want to swallow you all." After Big-Bellied Buddha said these last words, his huge belly suddenly opened up, exposing his gluttonous mouth, and drew towards Jian Wushuang. Under this terrible suction force, the egoless true shadow that is as high as 10 feet can't move at this moment. A wisp of cold sweat gushed from Jian Wushuang's temples, and he never thought that this big belly Buddha would have such a killer mace. Under this terrible suction, his very body was shaken. The immeasurable true shadow of selflessness shattered directly at this moment, turning into countless stars into the belly of the big belly Buddha Chi Dao. Not only the disappearance of the true shadow of Wu, but also all the power in Jian Wushuang's very body is fading quickly. He was shocked and instantly released his sword intent without reservation. Wushuang Kendo, Zingehuhe Jianyani, the second style, river. The lofty Tianhe descended from the sky. This is a vast sword composed of billions of sword intents, with a powerful force that cannot be seen directly. This sword was enough to oppress 100 yen-xian, causing the heavens to tremble. But this mighty sword, an all-inclusive sword, disappeared in the next moment. It's not so much disappearing. It's more appropriate to say everything is swallowed. Weiwei Jianhe was also swallowed under the terrible suction. Jian Wushuang was completely shocked. As his strongest swordsmanship, he was disintegrated and absorbed. What is the origin of this big belly Buddha? With the true shadow of the selflessness, the energy of the sword intent with the shape of the river was swallowed into the abdomen, and the figure of the big belly Buddha once again exploded by thousands of feet, and the entire belly was almost exploding, and it was extremely large. "Even I want to swallow. Are you not afraid to die?" Jian Wushuang reluctantly stabilized his figure, angrily said, "Hold me? Hey, no one can hold me. I can swallow the sky," he said with a weird smile, his face full of madness. "Swallow the sky and the earth. Then I will support you to death today." Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and said coldly, "This billions of strands of strength swept the bones behind him almost instantly." At this moment, the true sword that had been inserted diagonally into the ground seemed to be inspired by a certain kind, and the silent blade suddenly appeared cold. A cold light, 10 cold light, thousands of cold light, 10,000 cold light. At this moment, all the silent real swords on Baigilu completely awakened, and each sword uttered a clear sword sound, as if it had been called by the master. Jian Wushuang stood in the void, his arms raised. As his arms lifted, all the cold light burst out, and the true sword of the 10,000 ways rose into the sky. They all hung high behind Jian Wushuang, exuding endless momentum. At this moment, he is like the master of Kendo, the lord of 10,000 swords. What Jianfeng refers to is the journey. Go with. The sword waved his palms, and tens of thousands of true swords exploded into their respective magnificent trends. They seem to be able to perceive that this is the last moment they can bloom, so the endless sword intent at this moment is simply extremely prosperous. They seem to have returned to the eve of fighting with their masters, and they screamed excitedly. Then they rushed towards the big belly Buddha together. The vast sword intent illuminates the entire road to the bones. At this moment, Jian Wushuang became serious about it. Swords have souls. They are connected with the master's mind and can even resonate with the soul. At this moment, they are all willing to release their peak sword in his hands. After the peak came to an end, when the sword intent reached its peak, all the true swords were broken. It was all broken into powder, and there was no possibility of repairing it. No, do not want. The sword intent is like the mountains and the sea will pour, directly engulfing the big belly Buddha and covering it. 10,000 extreme, sword intent, finally blooming without reservation. Bai Gyilu rolled up the dust, and even the river of blood above his head fluctuated, and it seemed that it might pour down at any time. Jian Wushuang still stood still on the spot. His eyes fluctuated a little, and finally he was calm. He looked at the place where the 10,000 sword intent bloomed, and knew from the bottom of his heart that there was no possibility of the big belly Buddha surviving. When all the sword intent dissipated and the dust fell on the bone road, the miserable scene was immediately reflected in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Chapter 49-47. The godlike, celestial body of the big belly Buddha has been shattered and shattered by the sword intent. The endless blood of God was almost forming a river on the bone road, and everything in sight was full of misery. Jian Wushuang took advantage of his strength and awakened all the sword intent on this white bone road, so that he could easily defeat the big belly Buddha with the strength of rank 6 Dayan Immortal. If not, it is almost impossible to defeat it. Seeing the immortal corpses all over the floor, Jian Wushuang restrained his mind and prepared to leave. But at this moment he felt a faint breath again. The breath was faint but real and very familiar. Jian Wushuang was slightly startled in his heart and looked directly in that direction, only to see a miserable figure among the countless huge corpses, struggling constantly. Impossible! Why is he not dead yet? He thought, hurriedly hurried back to the wreckage of the big belly Buddha, waved his palms flying the huge remains of the corpse. A bloody, extremely skinny figure came into his eyes. Ahem! I am finally relieved. The extremely skinny figure lay on the bone road soaked in the blood of the gods, with a voice of relief from his mouth. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. From the clothes on his body, it could be seen that it was a worn-out Zen clothing, and there was a huge Zen beads hanging around his neck. This kind of dress, Jian Wushuang had seen it once in this great development. Even the group of great monks who destroyed the heaven where the sand demon cave is located are dressed in this way. Little is known about the origin of the group of great monks, only that they come from outside the big division territory and are extremely terrifying existence. There were many great monks who entered the sand demon cavern, but only the empty will left Jian Wushuang the deepest impression. And this skinny figure now seems to be related to the group of great monks long ago. Could it be that he also came from the so-called world of heavenly Buddha? Jian Wushuang thought to himself, condensing an invisible sword in his hand. Ahem! The skinny figure opened his mouth and vomited a big mouthful of blood, and then collapsed on his back. Only then did Jian Wushuang see his face clearly. His face was clear and thin, like an ascetic monk. With his eyes facing each other, the monk, who was already angry, suddenly got up with all his strength and knelt down facing him. Thank you. The good man gave me relief. I can't repay the song. Jian Wushuang didn't reply, stared at him without any relaxation, and finally said slowly, Where did you come from, and why are you here? With a light cough, the monk who claimed to be Shinga sat cross-legged on the road of white bones with his hands clasped together. Since the monk asked about it, Shinga will tell the reason for this. My original song came from the world of Tongtian Buddhism. I am an ascetic monk who travels in the realm of 10,000 realms and feels all kinds of suffering. Hearing this sentence, Jian Wushuang's divine mind was a little shaken, just as he had imagined. This monk also came from the world of Tongtian Buddha. The monk named Shinga continued to say to himself, and the reason why I am here is purely because of that battle. That was the battle to destroy the old age and establish a new heaven. All living creatures fell in that battle, and the heavenly domains that belonged to the old heaven also fell. Not only did the heaven fall, but even the strongest among them died, but the strong died, but the strongest ones were not beheaded. The strongest people have been banished to a tangible and intangible, intangible and intangible place. As for that place, it is here, Shinga said, and pointed his thin palm to the ground. And I traveled there, that is, the big division area that was suggested later was inadvertently involved in that war, and was eventually banished here for various reasons. Jian Wushuang heard this and said again, Then why did you become the same as before? Shinga heard the words. 2 lines of clear tears welled up from the dilapidated eye sockets, and finally he said, Greed, I relied on myself and rejected the 6 desires, but finally did not escape the control of greed. After I was banished, my mind was wounded, and then occupied by the emperor, which evoked the ultimate greed in my heart and became a bad Buddha. If it weren't for the good men to come here and eventually destroy my evil body, I'm afraid I am trapped here forever. This short conversation was completely over. Jian Wushuang also got some secrets from Xing's words. These Dayan immortals exiled in the Sea of No Edge were the strongest people in the original heavenly courts before Zhenliang created the heavenly courts. And this is somewhat different from Jian Wushuang's guess. He thought that the exiled here were some extremely evil Dayan immortals. The song puts hands together, and there is relief in the dead eyes. Thank you, good man. Shinga has been liberated, but when I am about to be liberated, I want to give the good man something. As he said, his skinny palm touched the string of ring beads between his neck, and then took off the fist-sized ring beads in the middle. In an instant, all the ring beads on his neck were turned into nothingness. Only the one in his hand exuded a mysterious color. Seeing such a ring bead, Jian Wushuang remembered another thing. Under the sea of blood in the sand demon cavern, he had visited the empty chakra, and in the end he also gave him a natal ring. Good man, the song has nothing to do with it. Give this ring to the good man. Jian Wushuang did not shirk off. After a little thought, he reached out and took the ring beads in his hand. The ring beads are warm and cool and have a unique texture. Afterwards, Jian Wushuang said, Do you know there is an ascetic monk named Kongluan? The line song that was about to fall after hearing the name taboo. His eyes suddenly opened to the maximum. Empty wheel? My brother, his name is Empty Wheel. Good people have seen him. How good is he? Jian Wushuang sighed secretly in his heart, calm, and then slowly said, We have met before, and we have been discussing the forum for a few days, and it is very close. He is also an ascetic who measures the earth with his feet. I'm afraid he has passed away. Shinga shook his whole body, leaving 2 lines of clear tears in his eyes again, and did not make any excessive actions. After a while he whispered, It's fine, it's time for me. As his voice fell, the thin fairy body returned directly to nothingness, flowing out of the stars, and finally all scattered on this bone road. A rank 6 Dayan fairy fell. Jian Wushuang was silent, looking at the black ring bead in his hand, and threw it into the Bo Yang bottle. The death of Shinga didn't touch him too much. What he was thinking now was how to quickly leave this boneless road. Here, it's not as quiet as he imagined. It is very possible that a rank 6 Dayan immortal is just the beginning. In the back, perhaps the most mysterious existence of Baigilu. Chapter 49-48. With the fall of the big-bellied Buddha and Xing sitting and passing away, the road to the bones became unimpeded again, and the front was revealed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Containing his mind, he continued to walk forward firmly. The road to the bones is endless, and the road to the foot has an end. Jian Wushuang's feet stepped on the sword intent for millions of miles, under this sea of blood, running freely on the road of bones. No immortal could stop him. Leaving the realm of the original Big Belly Buddha, The wicked and greedy meaning in the bone road ahead disappeared, replaced by the aura of ancient prohibition, full of unknown. At the same time, the road of the bones under the feet began to turn gray-black, and most of the scattered bones were intact. They seemed to wake up at any time when they fell asleep. Jian Wushuang's heart rose with a sense of vigilance, and at the same time he directly condensed the overflowing power and swept forward with the whole body sword intent. A withered and cold aura quietly surged from the whole body, very strange and somewhat familiar. In the next moment, a ray of extreme cold light suddenly bloomed from the road of bones, and instantly shot Jian Wushuang directly. He had been alert for a long time with 5 fingers, and suddenly shot a Yanli Huamong. Boom! When Yanli Huamong wiped out the extreme cold glow at Nirvana, he blasted towards the bone road and directly set off a wave of dust. What exudes the extreme cold glow is a pitch-black fairy bone holding a real sword. While Jian Wushuang destroyed him, his figure didn't stop and he shot straight ahead. But everything has changed. As he walked forward, the tens of thousands of feet of dust slowly came to an end, and then countless rays of dark red light burst out. The fairy bones lying on their backs on the road of white bones all recovered at this moment, and their empty eye sockets were now replaced by the dark red dead light. Kill! At the forefront of the revived bone army, a white bone that resembled a sacred peak was several tens of feet high. He held a broken real sword and pointed straight at Jian Wushuang in front of him. In the next moment, all the bones swarmed forward, terrifying to the extreme. Jian Wushuang secretly said something bad. Looking at the army of white bones behind him, he realized something. The bones in this new round of resuscitation carried a deadly energy that was extremely heavy, just like the dead immortal in the dead immortal domain where the cloud was located. They barely retained some consciousness, desperately eager for the power of evolving immortals, and there is a source of immortality in their bodies that is about to be broken. Their strength is not to be underestimated, and it is extremely tricky. Right now, this army of dead immortals is endless. If Jian Wushuang doesn't escape as soon as possible, I'm afraid he will be besieged. However, the energy bursting out of these dead immortals was far beyond his imagination. Almost at the same time, just like the Tian has swept across, these dead immortal armies that still preserved their respective immortal sources have been besieged from all sides to Jian Wushuang. Damn, what are these things? He was astonished, and at the same time released 1,000,000 sword intent without hesitation. But the thing that surprised him was still behind. These dead immortals who chased him would actually avoid sword intent instead of letting them be slaughtered. For a time, 1,000,000 sword intents had little effect, and they barely stopped it for a while. After killing thousands of dead immortals, they couldn't stop it. OM. With the weird sound resounding, dark red light beams rushed out from the bones of each dead immortal, forming a cobweb-like sky and earth net and pressing against Jian Wushuang. The space seemed to freeze, he couldn't escape, and was immediately covered by the net that day. At the same time, the dead immortal army all gathered around, besieging Jian Wushuang in the center. Click. Accompanied by the stiff and twisting sound of the joints, the army of the dead immortals automatically gave way. Immediately afterwards, a huge fairy bone measuring tens of meters walked towards Jian Wushuang. His whole body was filled with boundless power, which was terrifying to the extreme. With eyes facing each other, the huge dead bones raised the broken true sword in his hand, and the tip of the sword pointed at him. I want to fight you. The hoarse and ethereal voice resounded from the mouth of the huge dead fairy. Jian Wushuang looked at him without saying a word, directly condensing an invisible sword. If you lose, your immortal source belongs to me, and the soul becomes a slave to this seat. The dead immortal bone said in a deep voice, then he stretched out his palm to open the net of heaven and earth and walked in. Facing the death immortal, who was as high as tens of meters and was like a peak, Jian Wushuang did not care. Although dead immortal is weaker than Yen Xian Du, The huge bones of Dead Immortal are not like ordinary Yanxian. Although he is also a skeletal bone, outside the skeletal bone, it is wrapped with hundreds of millions of threads of force, and it does not look much different from the ordinary fairy body. When a dark red light will appear behind him, Jian Wushuang secretly said a bad sound. The light will condenses. It is the 6th revolution. Once it reaches the 6th rank, Dianxian will completely reach its peak. Although Jian Wushuang was able to fight Dian Immortal, he had no choice but to run away from rank 6 Dian Immortal. As the dead bones showed their strength, Jian Wushuang was inevitable, and the invisible sword in his hand pointed forward. Shao Yanxian, you can't help yourself. Dead Immortal Skeleton said angrily, and then he started directly. The broken sword in his hand suddenly plunged into the bone road on the ground. Afterwards, the extremely violent sword intent tore through the road of the bones, like several dormant real dragons, all rushing towards Jian Wushuang. A section of Baigu Road was shattered, rolling up the dust. Seeing the situation, Jian Wushuang suddenly jumped into the air, holding up the invisible sword in his hand and crushing it down. 10 Dao surging up with sword intent, enveloping thousands of immortal bones, rushing forward. When the two collided, the entire road of bones shook in an instant. Under the shock of this huge force, the huge dead fairy bone holding the real sword involuntarily retreated a few steps. An unmatched Huameng shattered the sword intent, carrying the fairy bones from beginning to end. Then Jian Wushuang floated to the ground. His robe was not stained with dust. The light ball in the eye socket of the dead immortal's bone flickered twice. Yu read the book www.okanshu.com, and then he held the true sword high and ran towards Jian Wushuang. By bone road trembled, and his heart moved slightly. In the previous match, he felt that although the dead fairy bones could still condense the light wheel, their strength had already declined to the extreme. The bones of the dead immortal now have only rank 3 strength at most. After feeling this change, Jian Wushuang decided to fight quickly. With a wave of his hand, the heaven gate of the ancestral technique power realm appeared. Then a giant finger from the sky directly covered the skeleton of the dead fairy. Seeing the Huameng blooming above his head, the bones of the dead immortal raised their sword and stabbed them up. Rumble. The sky-reaching giant finger was directly smashed by the stabbing, and while dropping the endless tassels, it blocked all sight. It's now! Jian Wushuang screamed. His figure turned into a blue sword light, and he thrust forward. Chapter 4949. This is actually happening too fast. When the huge dead fairy bones recovered, Jian Wushuang, who turned into a sword light, has quietly arrived in front of him. The eyes burst out with cold light. The invisible sword in Jian Wu's hands had already bloomed, and the tip of the sword then pierced forward. In the most central position is the source of the dead bones. As long as the invisible sword can penetrate, Jian Wushuang can release 1,000,000 sword intent in an instant, smashing it completely. But the next moment, the sudden change occurred. When the tip of the sword was only an inch away from the source of the dead fairy bone, 2 huge, white bone fingers clamped his sword blade and then smashed him out. Back hundreds of feet, Jian Wushuang was shocked. He had never expected that the dead fairy bones would react so quickly. Pushing him back, the bones of the dead immortal made a deep sound, and then again held the sword to cut forward. Facing the huge broken blade, Jian Wushuang also raised his sword to respond. Zhang! Zhang! Sword intent is vertical and horizontal, rushing for millions. The white bone road trembled, and once again stirred up a wave of dust. The sound of golden and iron strikes resounded through this entire road of bones, and the army of the dead immortals surrounding the sky and the earth. All waved their true swords in their hands at this moment and screamed loudly. Kill! Kill! At this moment, Jian Wushuang, who was fighting against the dead fairy bones, was more and more shocked. Facing the sword intent of a sword surpassing a sword, the bones of the dead immortal, which was as large as a god, not only did not feel heavier, but became lighter and lighter. She was able to calmly accept the sword intent cut by Jian Wushuang. This is not a reaction at all. Yanxian, who has not been exposed to kendo, can react. At this moment, Jian Wushuang had already had a doubt in his heart. Could it be that this sixth-ranked Dayan immortal also practiced kendo during his lifetime? The battle was still going on, and if Wushuang kendo was not released, Jian Wushuang could not help him for a while. Just as Jian Wushuang was about to release Wushuang swordsmanship, the dead fairy bones that had been silent suddenly spoke at this moment. "Are you a swordsman?" The hoarse voice was like a big palm, plucking the string in Jian Wushuang's heart. He moved intentionally and asked, "Are you also a swordsman?" There was no answer, but the cheeks of the dead fairy's bones followed with an expression of unknown meaning. Unexpectedly, in this dusty place, I would still meet a living swordsman. Before I was exiled, there were fewer than 10 Yanxian who could be called a swordsman in my long life. Now I have seen a real swordsman. Heaven treats me not badly. When he said this, Yi Jian forced Jian Wushuang back, and then stood still. "I am also a swordsman, but that is a long time ago, and you can count as one who can make me call a swordsman." Jian Wushuang heard the words and didn't comment, but the invisible sword in his hand was still gaining momentum. "Now, let's use the swordsman's way to solve it. Maybe the moment I can break through to the sword fairy will appear on you," said the dead bones, the broken real sword in his hand pressed down, and the blade pointed directly at Jian Wushuang. When Jian Wushuang heard his last words, the corners of his mouth curled up and then said loudly, "You are still a long distance away from Jianxian, like a moat." "Then there are only 2 ways to go today. I will break through the sword fairy or be killed by you." The dead fairy bones said in a deep voice. The real sword in his hand was severely cut at this moment. The bone road at the foot was also plowed into a deep gully under this blow. "Sword of the great Tianhe," he said in a deep anger. The broken blade exploded out of the most brilliant sword at this moment, and a mighty glowing shadow surged from his true sword. Space was oppressed, and the net of heaven and earth was shattered under this sword. Under this sword, Jian Wushuang felt the depression of the sacred mountain. This sword is enough to be a real swordsman. Jian Wushuang's eyes were solemn, and the invisible sword in his hand also blossomed. Wushuang Kendo, Zingehu Heijianyani, the second style, river. The towering Tianhe came from the sky, and the broken void came. The hundreds of millions of swordsmanship team is Tianhe, magnificent to the extreme. At this moment, the 2 heavenly rivers collided, blooming the most magnificent scene on the Bone Road. After seeing this scene, the army of dead immortals who had surrounded them all retreated wildly with tacit understanding. But it was too late. The 2 heavenly rivers collided, and the terrible situation that broke out swept everything. There was a dead fairy who ran slowly and was involved in it on the spot and turned into a fan. Under the shining of this sword light, the dead immortal bones subconsciously covered his eyes, and then his figure was swallowed by the sword light. At this moment, the infinite sword intent replaced Yanli, completely swallowing everything. This sword intent confrontation lasted for a long time, until nearly 10,000 feet of bones were turned into dust. And when all the dust settled, Sword Tianhe ended. Dust will go to silence. Everything will go to dust. Jian Wushuang's figure appeared on the broken bones, road covered with fairy bone dust. Under the whiteness of the sky and the dust, he was the only one in his black clothes that was not contaminated with dust. And in front of him, 10 feet away, stood the bones of dead immortals, dozens of feet high. The broken true sword in his hand was finally completely shattered, without even leaving the hilt, and his pupils were dim and dying. "You broke my kendo." "Yes, but I can only do this," Jian Wushuang said slowly, and some fluctuations flashed in his eyes. "Is that the real kendo just now?" The bones of the dead immortal stared at him, trying to find the answer. And Jian Wushuang didn't conceal it. and said, "That is my kendo, the kendo that I understand. I really didn't expect that I could fight against a real swordsman when I became this appearance." "I am already satisfied," said the dead fairy skeleton. "You are not a swordsman." Jian Wushuang heard the words, did not speak whether he was a swordsman, did not need to be judged by others. After the dead fairy bones said the last sentence, he immediately said, "You have exceeded the scope of a swordsman. You are a sword fairy. I have no regrets to be able to see Jiangxian's sword." Jian Wushuang raised his brows slightly. It was not like a strong person. The extremely proud, rank 6 Dayan immortal could say. After the bones of the dead immortal had finished speaking, they seemed to be satisfied, and the flowing fairy source in his immortal body also quietly shattered at this moment. The fragmentation of Xian Yuan was not due to his willingness, but in the previous fights, Jian Wushuang's sword rushed to the Xian Yuan of the dead fairy bones. Once the source of the fairy is broken, even the Dayan immortal can only fall, and the bones of the dead immortal that have died once are no exception. Chapter 4950. As the Xian Yuan shattered, the dead fairy bones knelt heavily on the broken bones road, and the huge bone palms waved in the air, seeming to want to keep the disappearing Xian Yuan. Jian Wushuang, who stood in front of him, watched this scene calmly, and then dispersed the invisible sword in his hand. "I'm going to die." The bones of the dead immortal whispered softly, but when the death light in his eyes was about to die, it suddenly brightened again, as if returning to the light. "Although you are a sword immortal, there is a sword immortal on this road. I am looking forward to your battle, but I can't see it anymore. Their swordsmanship is even stronger than you. You won't be able to win so easily." After speaking these last words, the bones of the dead immortal fell completely. As if the peak of the gods were shattered, his bones were completely shattered into powder and could no longer recover. Standing on this slowly healing white bone road, Jian Wushuang was silent, although his face was calm. His heart was already shaking. In the road to the bones, there is actually a sword fairy. Such a news shocked Jian Wushuang far more than any news. In all fairness, a sword immortal is an unimaginable existence. But in Jian Wushuang's current knowledge, only Ding Bai can be called a true sword fairy. Even Jian Wushuang himself didn't agree that he was a sword immortal. He had an intuition that he could only fight Ding Bai completely after the Wushuang Kendo and the last sword intent of Xingahuhai sword intent. Only then can he be called a sword fairy. But right now, the Dayan immortal, who can be called the sword immortal by the bones of the dead immortal, is definitely a terrifying existence. Jian Wushuang's head is a little big when he thinks of this. What terrible existence is still trapped in this white bone road? Just as he was lost in thought, the dead immortals who had disappeared quietly recovered at this moment. A dark red death light burst from their eyes. Damn, haven't these things been dispelled? Jian Wushuang was startled secretly and then ran without thinking. Although he is not afraid of the army of dead immortals, it is extremely wrong to make unnecessary consumption. As a result, in the next period of time, you can see that an arrogant figure is rushing across the road, and behind him are countless army of dead immortals. The White Bone Road is endless, and it has become more broad and mighty in the continuous advancement. It's like a Wangu battlefield that has experienced a miserable battle. There are broken bones everywhere. The most precious treasure without Lingyun, the broken true sword, it is extremely miserable. Jian Wushuang, who had been scouring at high speed, looked at the dead immortal army getting closer and closer behind him, and couldn't help but rise in anger in his heart. Just when he was about to destroy everything, the road to the bones underneath him trembled, as if something was waking up. "Excuse me to sleep. I see you little bugs. You really are too long." A lazy and faintly angry voice, as if resounding from the 9 heavens. Then the next moment, the clear sound of a long sword being unsheathed quietly sounded on the Wangu battlefield. With the clear sound of the long sword being unsheathed, the army of the dead immortals who had been chasing Jian Wushuang all fled frantically. But it was too late. The sword curtain rose quietly, like a million meteors falling, causing the entire dark red void to tremble. Endless void, hundreds of thousands of miles of bones, all covered by the sword curtain. Every sword intent that formed the sword curtain was full of calm and endless meaning. Although it seemed peaceful, it made everything lose its color. Under the shroud of this shooting star sword curtain, none of the dead immortals survived. They died so simply that Jian Wushuang couldn't believe it. The infinite sword intent was finally desolate, and all the dead immortals standing in place were crushed. On the Wangu battlefield, dust is filled, but Jian Wushuang, who was in the center of the sword curtain, did not feel any fluctuations. This ability to control the sword intent was terrifying to the extreme. Jian Wushuang stood in place, ready to condense sword intent between his palms. But at the same time, an icy breath appeared behind him. "Hey, Junior, don't try to draw the sword. Your speed will never be faster than mine. You can try if you don't believe me." A wisp of cold sweat flowed from Jian Wushuang's temples and could come to his back silently, which already explained the problem. Immediately afterwards, the originally silent void suddenly surged with a layer of ripples, and then a figure walked out of the ripples. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes opened to the fullest. The person who came was a woman of extreme heroism. The long and narrow willow eyebrows flew diagonally into the temples, a pair of eye-catching eyes to the extreme, and the embroidered red belt that held the long hair behind him also swayed with the wind. She wore a black and gold uniform with a pair of breasts and 6 long swords slung across her waist. This is a swordsman. She walked down from the void and stood on the Fong Wangu battlefield, looking at Jian Wushuang with her extremely heroic eyes, revealing a somewhat intriguing look. Looking at the 6 long swords slung around her waist, Jian Wushuang couldn't help swallowing his throat. There is a tiger watching before and a wolf watching behind. He caught in the middle is afraid that today is in danger. As time passed by, Jian Wushuang did not dare to move. After a long time, the heroic woman who straddled the 6 long swords suddenly said, "This junior is very good." Immediately afterwards, the mysterious figure behind him also spoke. "It is indeed very good. The concentration is extremely stable, and it is a great talent." When the heroic woman heard the words, she raised her eyes and said coldly, "Since you are a great talent, what are you doing squatting behind him? Are you planning to kill him?" As the words fell, the aura behind Jian Wushuang disappeared suddenly, and then a figure appeared in front of the heroic woman. "Well, I'm just used to it. I can't bear to kill such talented juniors. Keep them for great use." At this time, Jian Wushuang saw that figure. He was also a very heroic middle-aged man, with a clean face and no need, but he looked like a bright star, but with a bit of laziness. On his waist, there were 6 long swords, no more, no less, facing the heroic woman. The middle-aged man's face was full of unconcealable smiles. No, these 2 swordsmen are not sword lovers, right? Jian Wushuang felt a little big head, and it seemed that these 2 swordsmen might indeed be sword lovers. I'm afraid that next he wants to escape from here. It will not be so easy. This junior is really good. I saw his kendo before. It is very photogenic. It can destroy the source of a 6th rank Dayan immortal. The heroic woman said slowly, while the middle-aged man's smile gradually disappeared after hearing her narration, and finally he was extremely solemn. Chapter 4951. How strong is the kendo that can destroy the fairy source of the 6th rank Dayan immortal? And how strong is the guy who can use this kendo? In other words, it was this junior who caused the shock on the road to the bones. The middle-aged man asked slowly. The heroic woman nodded immediately. "Yes, I just witnessed the battle. It was exciting enough. If it is him, it seems that it's time for me to wake up." The middle-aged man looked at Jian Wushuang. His mouth slowly conjured up a smile. Jian Wushuang unconsciously felt a cold behind him. He could feel these 2 sword companions. Although they did not show any strength, they were definitely more terrifying than rank 6 Dayan Immortal. Thinking of this, he suddenly realized something. The bones of the dead Immortal said before his death that there were sword immortals on the road of white bones. Are these two swordsmen the sword immortals? That big guy still had barely enough strength before his death. Now his strength after death is no more than 3 ranks. It is not impossible to be beheaded by a powerful swordsman. It just makes me a little curious. The heroic woman paused at this point and looked at Jian Wushuang with interest. Junior, which sword is your own kendo? Jian Wushuang heard the words and nodded after a little thought. Yes. If you really created it yourself, the future achievements are immeasurable, the heroic woman said, and then stretched out her palm to flick in the air. In an instant, a picture scroll appeared in this chaotic void. Jian Wushuang saw this scene. His pupils suddenly shrank. In that picture scroll is actually the battle between him and the dead bones. In the picture scroll, the Tianhe River turns, and the bones of the dead immortal are finally penetrated by the Tianhe Xianyuan, all kinds of kneeling sitting on the bone road. Jian Wushuang never expected that the scene of the fight between them would be completely rubbed out. This heroic woman is definitely an extraordinary swordsman. When the picture scroll finally dissipated, the middle-aged man looked at Jian Wushuang, his eyes bright. Sure enough, it's really strong. I'm in love with this Junior. Come on, Junior, fight with me for 3 rounds. I haven't seen such a good piece in a long time. Jian Wushuang's eyes twitched slightly, looking at the extremely excited middle-aged man. Then he said, I'm afraid it won't work. I strayed into this place. I need to leave here as soon as possible. If I consume too much, I'm afraid I will become passive on the next journey. Up. Hearing this, the middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and said, It turns out that you are going on your way. That would be easier. If you walk 3 rounds under my hands, we will let you go all the way. If you avoid, I'm afraid it's hard to say if I fight. He said, patted the 6 long swords on his waist. Jian Wushuang felt that the battles were big, and he could feel that these 2 invisible sword companions were definitely more terrifying than they showed. It does not seem to be a simple matter to last 3 rounds. How are you thinking about it? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and said with a meaningful smile. After a short period of thought, Jian Wushuang replied, Come on, let's talk first. I only need to last 3 rounds, and you will let me go. Happy. The middle-aged man laughed loudly and flew directly to Jian Wushuang. The hem of the black gold gown floated in the wind, and his right hand was pressed on the hilt of the 6-handed long sword at his waist, unspeakably wanton. And Jian Wushuang did not hesitate at all. An invisible sword condensed directly in his palm. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up again, invisible and innocent, using kendo as a sword. Juniors, you are bold. He immediately said, Don't dare to say the saber was destroyed, so I can only do this. The Tai Luo divine sword was destroyed by Ding Beichun, which was the fundamental reason why Jian Wushuang condensed the invisible sword. The middle-aged man smiled and stopped speaking, nodding slightly. My name is Yan Fan, and that woman is my wife, named Jiang Li. Jian Wushuang immediately arched his hands. Jian Wushuang. Sword warriors, good meaning, let's start. As the voice fell, the entire Wanggu battlefield was silent. The middle-aged man named Yan Fan didn't seem to want to take the lead, but just looked at him with a smile. Jian Wushuang converged his mind and competed purely in kendo. He was not afraid. What he was thinking about was how to draw 3 styles in the next fight. At the next moment, Jian Wushuang moved like a thunderous force, and his sword was swung to its extreme speed. The sharp and unmatched blade slashed straight towards Yan. This unremarkable sword, even Dianxian did not dare to underestimate it. But then a shocking scene appeared. Facing this sword, Yan Fan stood in place without evasiveness, then raised the middle of his right hand to clamp the invisible sword that was slashing down. The invisible sword that was transformed by Wushuang, sword's props, was actually caught by at this moment. Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank, and he found that the invisible sword could hardly advance even more. The power is not small, but it is too impetuous, and it is easy to see the flaws. Yan Fan said with a smile and then pushed it away. After stepping back several feet, Jian Wushuang was completely solemn, and Yan Fan, who did not show any signs of dew, was like the sacred peak of Yuanjiyu at this moment, making it impossible to guess what he was going to do next. Yan Fan still had a smile on his face, pressing his right hand on the hilt of his waist and walking slowly to Jian Wushuang. Come again. Jian Wushuang converged his mind and prepared to compete again. But this time he just raised the invisible sword in his hand and received a head-on blow. Yan Fan's right hand, which was holding the hilt around his waist, suddenly picked up, and a long sword was directly unsheathed. With the hilt as the head, carrying infinity, it instantly hit Jian Wushuang's chest. Boom! All this happened so quickly that when Jian Wushuang reacted, everything was over. He only felt that his chest was about to break, his figure retreated dozens of feet before he could digest the huge force. The unsheathed long sword returned to its sheath, as if nothing had happened. Yan Fan still looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile, always in an unhurried appearance. Rubbing his aching chest, Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth secretly. It was only these two fights that he fell into a passive state, almost suppressed by Yan Fan. While this made him depressed, he also had a certain understanding of Yan Fan. From the moment I practiced swordsmanship, I just took the action of unscathing, and I trained for a Chinese year. During that Chinese year, I only tried to maximize the speed of unscathing in order to get a chance. So far, no one Yan Xian can stop me from getting out of the sheath. Yan Fan blinked. Well, are you interested in learning to practice swords with me? When Jian Wushuang heard the words, he couldn't help but confuse himself. Chapter 49:52. It's just an unimaginable thing to practice for a whole Chinese year with just an unsheathing action. You must know that one Chinese year is equivalent to 10 times in the universe. After 10 times of cosmic reincarnation, only repeating something that even a 3-year-old child can do, such perseverance can no longer be described in any language. Even Jian Wu couldn't imagine how stubborn it would be to do so. He has only practiced for only a few tens of thousands of years, and he sincerely admires this old monster who has been practicing for a long time. Faced with Yan Fan's invitation, Jian Wushuang could only smile and shook his head. Then he asked, Are you a sword fairy? Yan Fan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Naturally, not only I am a sword fairy, but my wife is also a sword fairy. A pair of swordsmen, 2 swordsmen. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. When he learned that these 2 were real sword immortals, he knew why Yan Fan had made the 3 swords agreement before. This is the meaning of point-to-point. Once you step into the realm of sword fairy, you are basically at the absolute top. The heavenly immortal Ding Bai was the first sword immortal Jian Wushuang knew. The pair of swordsmen, Jiang Li and Yan Fan, were the other 2 sword immortals he met. Sword immortal and swordsman are fundamentally different, and Wushuang Kendo does not have a mellow Jian Wushuang, and it is not a sword immortal. Junior, come up with some real skills. Let me take a good look at it, whether it's scary after all. Yan Fan patted the hilt and said loudly, and Jian Wushuang, at this moment, all condensed the overflowing aura. His whole body shape was like a real sword with hidden front waiting to be activated. Shuofeng lightly rises, causing a ripple in the void. In the next moment, he quietly opened his eyes and shot out 10,000 strands of cold light. No self is added. Wushuang Kendo, Zingehu Heijianyani, the first style, star. Without any fancy sword slashed straight out, the entire void was shaken by it. Yan Fan, who was still smiling, reduced his smile at this moment, pressed the palm of the hilt, and quietly clenched it. The incomparably violent star-shaped sword intent shattered the void and swallowed it forward with an endless momentum, and all voids along the way burst out of 10,000 feet of awning pillar. This style of sword intent is too magnificent and magnificent, as if the world has been swallowed. Facing this pose, Yen Fan quietly drew a snowflake long sword from the 6 long swords on his waist. Then, holding a long sword in both hands, he cut a cross in front of his eyes. The void was chopped to pieces. The next moment, the violent star-shaped sword intent was cut open with a cross, turning into 4 rushing rivers and exploding in the void. And Yen Fan, who was in the most center, was unscathed, and the corners of his clothes were not broken. The violent sword intent wind blew the tips of his hair. Other than that, there was no fluctuation. When the sword intent completely dissipated, Jian Wushuang could not help but smile wryly when he saw Yen Fan without any damage. Couldn't even Wushuang Kendo have any influence on him? Holding a sword flower with a long sword in his hand, and then retightening the sheath, Yen Fan smiled and looked at Jian Wushuang. If I guess right, this sword is the beginning of the previous one. Jian Wushuang nodded, and being able to guess the connection between the sword intents was enough to see his horror. Yen Fan continued, "Very good. As the beginning of a kendo, it has such a powerful force. It is the only thing I have seen in my life. This first formula, if you have passed the level, there will be 2 following formulas. It depends on your good fortune." He said that the entire spilled breath was restrained at this moment. The snowflake longsword that had been sheathed by him was drawn out again, and the sharp point of the sword pointed towards Jian Wushuang, a great crisis surging from the bottom of his heart. He directly raised the invisible sword to deal with it without even thinking about it. At this moment, the originally broken void quietly reflected infinite coldness. The sword curtain, like a ripple, covered the entire void. This is the real sword of Jian Xian. This sword directly killed the army of 100,000 dead immortals before. Countless true swords formed an endless sword curtain. If this formula is completely settled, Jian Wushuang will inevitably be hit hard. Facing this sword curtain, Jian Wushuang's divine mind was rapidly turning. When the sword curtain fell, the void couldn't bear the surge of sword intent and became fragmented. The heroic woman who was watching this scene from afar, Zhang Li, had a solemn gaze, her palms pressed against the hilt of her waist, as if she was ready to help at any time. Although Jian Wushuang's stunning performance made her admire her, Zhang Li didn't think Jian Wushuang could resist this sword on his own. As a sword companion, she was extremely convinced that Yen Fan's sword was terrifying. Therefore, Zhang Li is ready to take in Jian Wushuang at any time. The emptiness is brilliant. The sword curtain falls suddenly, and the infinite sword intent is enough to easily defeat the heavens. Facing the infinite sword curtain rising from the sky, Jian Wushuang, who was in the most center, suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. A green sword intent different from the previous Wushuang swordsmanship rose from his feet. If the Wushuang Kendo represents magnificence and Ling Ran Wushuang, then this green sword intent is the meaning of vigor, rebirth, and tenacity. Even Yen Fan, who saw the scene, was puzzled. He could feel that this sword intent was completely different from Jian Wushuang's previous sword intent. It was a brand new sword intent. Could it be that this junior has realized another kind of kendo? No one answered him. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's body was completely enveloped by the emerald sword intent. The blades of grass also rotate, soft and tough. Even his pupils are full of green. Flowing cloud grass, sword style. 8th formula, eyebrow cut in 4 seasons. Swordsmanship is at its ultimate level, and everything can be used as a sword. A lion grass and a willow branch are enough to release the sword. The infinite sword intent turns into green grass leaves, rising from the sky, as if spring flowers are approaching. The whole spectrum of Luyun grass sword style. The first 6 styles are simple, and the last 3 are complex. And Meijian Four Seasons is also the most terrifying style in the entire spectrum of Luyuan grass sword style. You can see the main road in the end. The infinite green grass blades turned into a true sword, standing in the sword curtain under the pressure of the cover. The two collided and the most terrifying scene broke out. The grass sword composed of green sword intent began to shatter under the pressure of the sword curtain. The sword curtain collapsed, the grass sword shattered, and the entire bone battlefield was plunged into a huge earthquake. Looking at the grass sword that was about to break, Jian Wushuang's calm face showed no fluctuations, as if he were not worried at all. Jiang Li also rushed over at this moment, his expression a little worried, and he was ready to shoot the beads to prevent the imminent tragedy. At the same time, she looked sullen and looked at Yan Fan and couldn't help but reproach. "You fellow, don't you know the severity of the attack?" Chapter 49:53. At this time, Yan Fan turned a deaf ear to Jiang Li's reproach and stared solemnly at everything that happened in the sword curtain. For a long time he said in a somewhat uncertain tone, "This junior seems to have broken my sword." Jiang Li, who was about to wave his hand to prevent the tragedy from happening, stopped in the air with his palms after hearing these words, turned his head and said, "What did you say?" "This junior seems to be breaking my sword." As if to prove his idea, the grass sword, which was originally fragmented and about to be unable to hold on, stopped being broken and began to gather quickly. In the next moment, the almost broken grass sword resurfaced, and the sword power became more powerful, with a tough and majestic momentum, and once again pierced the sky full of swords. Boom! Just as the heavens collapsed, the earth fell, and everything fell into destruction. This was the final collision of the two supreme sword intents, so that Yan Li was eclipsed at this moment. This slaying explosion, which was severe enough to destroy the bone road, lasted a long time. When the infinite sword curtain was all shattered and the incomparable green sword intent disappeared, a black-robed figure walked out slowly on the broken bones. Jian, with double-faced color, was still calm, but a bright red appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although he did everything that could happen, he was still traumatized, but fortunately he was right. Luyuan grass sword style is far less sophisticated, magnificent, and wushuang than wushuang kendo, but at this moment he succeeded in helping Jian Wushuang win this style. The corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth curled up slightly, and the trauma he suffered in this competition was almost negligible. And all this is because he used the flowing cloud grass sword style. If Jian Wushuang used wushuang swordsmanship, he would certainly be able to take over Yan Fan's full-strength sword, but the price he would suffer would be heavy, because this is a sword of Jianxian. The situation that received a heavy price was not something Jian Wushuang would like to see, because the following by Bone Road, once he was depleted, would almost be sentenced to death. Therefore, Jian Wushuang did not choose to fight hard, but used a flowing cloud grass sword to deal with it. From simple to complex flowing clouds and grass sword style, the meaning of kendo is tenacity and new life, which is enough for him to meet with minimal loss. Fortunately, it succeeded. Walking out of the center of the sacrificial explosion, and scathed even Jian Wushuang, whose robes were not contaminated with half dust, came to Zhang Lian indifferently, a pair of swordsmen and two sword sages. At this moment, it is worthwhile to recover from the shock. The two of them looked at each other, and then all looked at Jian Wushuang. Being able to take a blow from the sword immortal with the strength of the swordsman, I am afraid that it will not be able to convince Yanxian to reach any heaven. But this scene actually happened. Taking a deep breath, Yan returned, "Junior, your appearance is beyond our expectation. I am afraid that within a year, even if your kendo stops moving forward, it is enough to climb into the realm of Sword Fairy." Jian Wushuang arched his hands and said, "The predecessors are absurdly praised. Repairing the sword is at heart. Everything depends on your own good fortune. There is one last sword. If I win, can the two seniors let me go?" Jiang Li and Yan Fan looked at each other, and then a little bit dumbfounded. Are we so scary, making you reluctant to stay longer? It's still approachable. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly, but I really have something to do. I need to leave here as soon as possible. In that case, if I hinder it any more, it would seem a bit uncomfortable. Yan Fan smiled. This last sword competition has no meaning anymore. You have already proved it to me. Jian Wushuang heard the words, secretly happy in his heart, and walked out of Zhenxian almost unscathed. This is undoubtedly the best situation. The younger generation thanked you here. Yan Fan nodded with a smile, then took a peek at Jiang Li next to him, and quickly came to Jian Wufang and hugged his shoulder. This move made Jian Wushuang a little confused. Looking at Yan Fan, who was full of ill intentions, he felt a bit cold on his back inexplicably. Senior, you are. Ahem, junior. No, brother Jian, do you want apprentice? Yan Fan cleared his throat and looked at him with expectation and enthusiasm. Jian Wushuang heard the words, suddenly a little dumbfounded, and then said, Senior, I already have a master. I'm afraid it won't work. Yan Fan didn't expect this to be the answer, so he was a little anxious. Little brother, you must know that master can't recognize him randomly. The best match is to find the best match for him. When he said this, he patted his chest with his hand. Little brother, as long as you recognize me as a master, all the lifelong sentiments of my wife and I will be passed on to you, so you can consider it. The two sword immortals approached each other and offered such a tempting condition, which was enough to drive any swordsman in all the heavens into madness. But Jian Wushuang shook his head. Senior, I already have a master, so I really can't. Yan Fan was dumb. He never expected that he would not be able to be a master if he offered such a generous offer. At this moment, Jiang Li quietly appeared behind him and slapped him away. Old guy, how many Chinese years have passed, I'm still so stubborn. Jiang Li yelled, then looked at Jian Wushuang and said, Little guy, you go, see you in the future. Jian Wushuang arched his hands. Thank you very much, then. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, Yan Fan's voice rang again. Wait a minute! Jian Wushuang stopped, looking helplessly at Yan Fan, who was catching up again. Before he could react, Yan Fan directly took his right hand and quickly tapped his on the wrist. Then, a real sword the size of an index finger was printed on his wrist. Jian Wushuang hurriedly retracted his wrist, trying to force this mark with Yan Li. You don't have to be in vain. Little brother, this mark does no harm to you. It is my sword intent. You can detect where you are. If there is danger, your wife and I will go to rescue the first time. Before he could finish his words, he was slapped and flew out again. Jiang Li's face was full of anger with one hand on his hips. It's really for the old and disrespectful guy. It's nothing but a sword fairy. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. He couldn't get rid of it, and it was an incredible thing that he could get two cheap masters for nothing. After silently sympathizing with the beaten Yan returned, he solemnly bid farewell to the two sword immortals, and then proceeded to the end of the road to the bones. Yan Fan, who was still downcast, saw Jian Wushuang leave, and suddenly became alive and well, and ran to Jiang Li excitedly. How is it? How about our apprentice? Chapter 4954. Jiang Li Bai glanced at him, did not speak, and said quietly after watching Jian Wushuang's figure completely leave, I can't see through his future, but now I have one thing for sure. Zhenxian will not be his end, but the starting point. Yan Fan took a deep breath after hearing the words. It seems that our apprentice didn't get it in vain. What your apprentice? Haven't you seen that he has already refused decisively? Jiang Li gave him another blank look and said angrily. He smirked and scratched his head. So what if you want to be a master, you have to be thick-skinned and stalking is very necessary. I have already left a mark on him. Can I escape us? The palms of the hands are not in place. Jiang Li looked at Yan Fan and then at the endless sky. I am afraid that the limit of our life is here. Instead of continuing to sleep under this sea of blood, It is better to leave here and pass on all our swordsmanship. That little guy can take off the burden that Master has entrusted to us." Yen Fan nodded and stretched. Indeed, after staying under this sea of blood for too long, the bones are about to rust. It's time to do business. Our swordsmanship is passed on to that kid. It will not be buried. Maybe it will reach another level. So this little guy can't let it go. After leaving the two sword immortals, Jian Wushuang let out a sigh of relief after traveling thousands of miles. The sense of oppression that Sword Immortal brought to him was really too great. If the two Sword Immortals were determined to let him leave, then he would never escape. Raising his right hand and looking at the sword-shaped mark on his wrist, Jian Wushuang shook his head helplessly. He restrained his mind and moved on. The road to the bones under the feet seems endless, although after many hardships, there is still no end in sight. This made Jian Wushuang a little depressed at first. If he continues to consume it like this, I am afraid that Di Qing hasn't found it yet, and he will sink into this endless sea. No matter what happens next, he will leave here as fast as possible. Leave the so-called Tianlu and find Di Qing. Jian Wushuang protects the body. Jian Wushuang swept forward 1,000,000 miles in a flash. As he continued to move forward, he began to realize that the more the white bone rode, the less restless aura. All the fairy rhyme had disappeared, and even the fairy bone could not become a dead fairy, and the silence was extremely quiet. At the same time, instead of it, pure and strong generative power is flowing. This shocked Jian Wushuang. He had never imagined that under this river of blood, there would be such a strong generative power. At the same time, this made him wary. The subsequent changes in Baigilu also made him vigilant. The flat bones road originally paved by the bones of Yanxian began to appear arcs as they continued to move forward, which was an upward arc like a staircase. Jian Wushuang stopped and looked at the white bone road in front of the ladder. His eyes became serious. There is a hazy layer of faint power on the white bone road of this ladder, which stretches into the boundless void, and in the dark clouds at the end, there is a very vague outline. He muttered to himself again in his heart, and the scene now seemed a bit similar to the heavenly palace on the land and sky. If there were other branches of the White Bone Road, Jian Wushuang would definitely not be suspected of continuing to move forward. But now there is only one White Bone Road and can only move on. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang stepped on the ladder. The sole of the foot fell on the first step, and an invisible pressure cover immediately pressed against him. The pressure is intangible and qualitative, as if it is a certain rule, directly suppressed. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate too much. His footsteps swiftly. His figure moved forward quickly. But it turned out to be 10,000 steps. After 10,000 steps, Jian Wushuang stopped his figure, and there were already fine beads of sweat on his temples. The pressure on this ladder is far more terrifying than he imagined, and after a certain number of floors, the pressure will double. At 10,000 ranks, Jian Wushuang, who had already been forced, stopped, as if 1,000,000 sacred mountain covers were pressing on him. Seeing the still endless road ahead, he gritted his teeth and then moved forward again. This time his speed slowed down a lot. 10,000 orders, 30,000 orders, 50,000 orders, 70,000 orders. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was already in a difficult situation, and the power of his meridians had already reached its limit. A lot of sweat evaporates from every pore of his. 80,000 orders. The true shadow of selflessness was directly forced out. With the blessing of the true shadow of Wu Self, Jian Wushuang only felt relaxed all over his body, and he could walk forward quickly. When he reached the 90,000 level, the huge palace that was originally wrapped in black clouds finally appeared. It was a magnificent palace built in the sky, full of endless stern and cold atmosphere. Jian Wushuang has an inexplicable intuition that this heavenly palace is most likely an imperial palace left over from the ancient times. Heaven! Could it be that this is another Tianting site of the past? When he thought of this, Jian Wushuang thought of the former heavenly court of Emperor Lucro. In the past, the imperial court meant that opportunities and great crises coexisted. But he didn't have any interest in developing this heavenly court. He had to know that even if the emperor was angry, he could not bear the pressure. But now, Jian Wushuang has no way to escape. He can only bite the bullet and head to the former heavenly court. The last 10,000 steps are almost a blend of the first 90,000 steps, and all the pressure is unprecedented. Jian Wushuang almost couldn't hold it, even with the addition of Wu Meijing. He didn't even dare to breathe at will, for fear of being crushed by the terrible pressure of his body. 95,000 steps, 96,000 steps, 98,000 steps. At this point, the three avenues of Jian Wushuang were oppressed. Wushuang Kendo, way of protection, the way of killing. The addition of 3 avenues allows him to move forward. 99,900 steps. When he reached the last step, he was already at the end. Every pore is no longer sweat at this moment, is the red blood of God. Divine blood dripped down his robe in front of the heavenly court and was quickly absorbed. Jian Wushuang, trembling his hands, took out a D-pin pill and stuffed it into his mouth before stopping his injuries. Some broken immortal bodies recovered quickly, slowly exhaling a turbid breath. Jian Wushuang felt comfortable all over, and the previous fatigue disappeared in a flash. He subconsciously turned his head and looked behind him, but was surprised to find that the White Bone Road had completely disappeared, as if it had never existed before. There was only an endless void behind him. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang turned and walked towards the endless, stern, and magnificent heaven. Who dared to trespass into heaven? Outside the heavenly court, a voice resounded through the void in front of the dead giant gate. Chapter 49:55. With the sound of this endless majesty resounding, 2 Dayan immortals holding the halberd tore the void and walked out. 2 3-turned Dayan immortals. Jian Wushuang was alert for an instant, and an invisible sword appeared in his palm. Those who wield the sword into the heavenly court die. The 2 Dayan immortals holding the halberd burst out loud, and the cold light burst into their eyes. In the face of the 2-tier 3 Dayan immortals, Jian Wushuang was actually still elusive, but at this time he was unavoidable. There was only one battle. The 2 halberds crossed, and an unparalleled giant light burst out instantly. These 2 heavenly court gatekeepers didn't even ask the reason, and directly attacked them. Jian Wushuang had to deal with it. With a slash of the sword's edge, 36,000 sword intents rose, all strangling forward. Jian Wushuang, who has realized his strongest sword intent, has now reached another unprecedented realm in his control of kendo and sword intent. Not only kendo, but also enveloping ancestors and immortal styles are one step closer. If it weren't for the fact that there was no source of immortality, Jian Wushuang was confident that he would be able to climb into the realm of Dayan Immortal as early as after the battle with Zhu Tian, Xianjun Chang, dueling. But there is nothing if. Now he is still just the peak of the immortal. However, he is an immortal, but he has the terrifying strength to be able to kill the immortal. Facing the violent cold light, 36,000 sword intent strangling away from all directions. Boom! In front of the heavenly court, the most magnificent martyrdom broke out. The 2 heavenly gatekeepers stepped back together. Their eyes became cautious and solemn. Jian Wushuang picked up his long sword and stood still in place, and did not pursue the victory. I have no intention of entering the heavenly court, but this is the only way for me to go out. If you can tell other ways to leave, I will definitely leave. Hearing what he said, the 2 gatekeepers looked at each other, and there was less murderous in their eyes. In the end, an older Dayan immortal stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "You go back and you will disturb the Emperor's sleep. Once the Emperor wakes up, no one can save you. I don't intend to harass, but this is probably my only way. Only from here can I leave, so I can't retire. Jian Wushuang didn't retreat in the slightest and said in a solid voice, "Bold! You are a little Yensian who dare to be so arrogant? Are you not afraid that this seat will kill you on the spot?" The gatekeeper took a step closer again, holding the palm of the halberd as if he was about to kill in the next moment. He still stood there and said quietly, "You can't kill me." Extremely arrogant. The gatekeeper smirked, and the heavenly halberd in his hand was about to smash at Jian Wushuang. However, at this moment the sudden change occurred. The sky halberd that was raised high lay across Jian Wushuang's head. No matter how hard it was as if some form of invisible heaven had restrained it. Even if his face flushed, he couldn't go any further. Jian Wushuang was also a little strange. He didn't release any power and sword intent to stop him, but the gatekeeper's appearance did not appear to be fake, but was truly restrained. In the next moment, the giant gate of heaven that seemed to have been silent for countless years slowly opened, reflecting the endless glory. The expressions of the two gatekeepers changed drastically, and they didn't even think about it. They knelt in front of the heavenly court, not even daring to lift their heads. The brilliance dissipated in an instant, and everything returned to calm. "Come in." A low voice, and with the ethereal voice above the heaven, resounded from the heaven. Jian Wushuang's heart trembled unconsciously. A living emperor. He couldn't believe it. Could it be that an emperor was really sealed off in this endless sea? Suppressing the uncomfortable spirit, Jian Wushuang finally decided to step into the heavenly court. He already had a determined mentality. If the emperor didn't plan to let him go, the big deal would be death. At least he could be reborn in the future. Stepping into the heavenly court, the 1U ground beneath her feet quietly lit up and then illuminated the entire heavenly court. The heaven was vast and empty. There were no mountains and sea pillars listed. There were no case slips seated one by one, and some were just empty. Jian Wushuang was in this heavenly court, inexplicably feeling a chill in his heart. "You came?" That endless, majestic, and ethereal voice resounded in this heavenly court, and he couldn't even notice where the voice came from for a while. "You are the first visitor I have seen since I fell asleep, and as early as a few years ago I had counted such a day." As this voice fell, an emperor-robe figure slowly walked out from the depths of the heavenly court. The unspeakable aura of heaven circulates around him, making people just look at it and never dare to look directly. After Jian Wushuang saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrank, as if he had seen something unbelievable. The figure of the emperor wearing the emperor's clothes is exactly the same as Zhen Wuyang's. Whether it's the face, body shape, or the breath flowing through the body, they're exactly the same as Zhen Wuyang born, just like carved out of a mold. "Do you think I am familiar with it? Exactly like the emperor in your heart?" The emperor came slowly to Jian Wushuang. His face calmly said. Jian Wushuang's heart was shocked, and he said solemnly, "Do you know what I'm thinking?" "Of course. Everything I want to know is impossible to hide." He continued, his true eyes, as if he could see Jian Wushuang thoroughly. And Jian Wushuang couldn't help but panicked secretly. If it was exactly what he said, it would be too terrifying. The emperor continued, "I had foreseen this scene a few years ago, but what I didn't expect was that the person who came would be a trivial immortal. Have you been to heavenly court?" Facing the question, Jian Wushuang pondered for a moment and finally nodded. "I have been. Have you seen Zhen Wuyang?" "I have seen it. Do you think I am a little similar to him?" Jian Wushuang nodded again and muttered to himself, "More than a little similar is exactly the same. I also know myself, exactly the same as Zhen Wuyang. Do you want to know why?" The emperor smiled slightly, although his face was no longer young. He could still see the endless heroism. He seemed to be in a memory, and Jinmu looked over Jian Wushuang and looked into the distance. "His name is Zhen Wuyang, and my name is Zhen Wu. However, 10,000 realms Tianyu only knows Emperor Zhen Wuyang, but not Emperor Zhen Wu." In other words, I am him, and he is also me. After Jian Wushuang heard the sentence, he was completely shocked. An emperor could separate two different individuals? Which of them is true and which is false? There is no true or false between us. It's just two different images, he said in a slow voice, the Emperor Jinwu, who answered the doubts in his mind for Jian Wushuang. Chapter 4956. Emperor Jinwu looked at him. Zhenwiang is one side, and I am his other side. Jian Wushuang didn't know how to describe this relationship anymore. As the supreme Emperor Zhenwiang in the entire vast Desai realm, would he be sealed in the sea of no edge? This is really weird. And why did Zhenwiang seal him in the borderless sea? As if seeing what Jian Wushuang was thinking again, Emperor Jinwu said in a slow voice, "The only reason he wanted me to be here was that he could not control or destroy me. He could only keep me forever. The endless town is here. I am the other side of him, with a strength that is deeper than him. Facing another him that cannot be controlled or destroyed, he made this move. I, sleeping here, want to leave all the time. As early as the eve of my imminent closure, I push to show you your appearance, so you should know how to do it." Hearing this, Jian Wushuang stepped back without a trace. His eyes flashed with vigilance. "Take me out of here. In exchange for the same, I let you leave here. How about?" Emperor Jinwu approached him slowly. Jian Wushuang's mind turned quickly, and he quickly said, "I'm afraid it won't work. I can't protect myself now. It's not realistic to want to leave here completely." The Emperor Jinwu seemed to be able to penetrate his heart easily, and then said with a smile, but a smile, "You were not exiled by Zhenwiang, but you came in voluntarily. An immortal who came in voluntarily and can live safely until now, there will definitely be a way to get out." Jian Wushuang was a bit big-head for a while. "I'm afraid it's only up to gods will to get out then." Emperor Jinwu smiled slightly when he heard the words, then stretched out his hand to Jian Wushuang's arms. "You have the breath of Emperor Wuyang." He was taken aback, stretched out his hand and touched it in his arms, then took out a golden and jade ring. "Why do you have Zhenwiang's ring? He gave it to you." Jinwu Emperor said in a cold voice. Jian Wushuang said, "He didn't give it to me, but someone else gave it to me." Emperor Jinwu didn't go further, but his eyes were a bit solemn. "Open the ring." Jian Wushuang had no choice but to follow suit. When the ring was opened, nothing happened. He breathed a sigh of relief without a trace, and then said, "I will sleep in this ring later, and when you get out of the endless sea, you can release me from it, and then your task will be completed." Jian Wushuang heard this, although he was a little helpless, but he could only do it. After all, if he didn't agree, the result could be imagined. The only blame is that he is too weak. Facing the level of the emperor, he can't even escape. After speaking these last words, the real body of Emperor Jinwu directly turned into a cloud of smoke and entered the ring in Jian Wu's hands. Seeing a strange color from the ring in his hand, Jian Wushuang did not relax, but his mood became heavier. In his opinion, this Jinwu emperor was not as harmless as he showed, but what he didn't say was the point. If the explanation takes him out of the borderless sea, I am afraid the entire Deci will fall into an unpredictable situation. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang hurriedly stopped the thoughts he was thinking about, because he suddenly thought that this Jinwu emperor could guess what he was thinking. At this moment, Emperor Zhenwi's faint voice rang from the ring again. "By the way, after you leave here, remember not to return to Tianlu. Leave here directly, and don't be discovered by them." After speaking these last words, Emperor Zhenwi's voice completely disappeared, and as the emperor's breath converged, the entire heavenly court, supported by the emperor's breath, began to enter an irreversible collapse. "Emperor, Emperor!" The gate of the heavenly court opened, and the two gatekeepers Dianxian rushed into the heavenly court in a panic. Their emperor has long since disappeared. How can they be found again? Jian Wushuang stood on the spot, watching the two immortal bodies of Dian Immortal guarding the gate continue to shatter, and finally died in the endless dust with the entire heavenly court. With the death of this heavenly court, the White Bone Road has long since disappeared, and even the blood river hanging above the head fluctuates violently at this moment. Jian Wushuang's figure stood in the void, his eyes looking forward. In front of the broken heavenly court site, a giant gate that seemed to have been sealed in dust for countless years appeared at this moment. Without any hesitation, Jian Wushuang went straight ahead. He had been under this river of blood and bones for a while, and could not stay any longer. A majestic force swept from his palm and slammed on the giant gate. Boom! The entire domain of the Wanxian Bone and Blood River was in chaos at this moment. The giant gate slowly opened, and countless sacred flowers shone out from behind the giant gate. Without any hesitation, Jian Wushuang directly pushed himself into the giant gate. As the blooms dissipated, the hazy and misty breath under the river of blood disappeared, and replaced by the barren breath in the endless sea. Out, looking at the gray-white land all over, Jian Wushuang let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, he should still be in the sky and land, but he has completely far away from the most central temple. Recalling Emperor Zhenhui's last request in his mind, he thought about it for a while before he decided to leave Tianyu directly. But what Jian Wushuang didn't expect was that when he stepped out of his front foot, dozens of cracking sounds sounded behind his back foot. The next moment, above the otherwise silent heaven and land, dozens of black robe envoys completely enclosed it from all directions. Roughly speaking, there are no fewer than 50 black robe envoys, and each of these black robe envoys is at the lowest level of rank 3. This undoubtedly gave Jian Wushuang a great pressure. The two sides were in a state of confrontation. In the end, a black robe envoy slowly stepped forward and arched his hands. His Royal Highness, please move to the Tiangong. What if I say no? He raised his brow slightly and said coldly. Haipo was startled. Obviously, he didn't realize that Jian Wushuang would say that. If that's the case, don't blame us for being impolite. Haipeishi said coldly. In an instant, none of the 50 or so black robe envoys had any reservations. One by one, the powers are intertwined to construct, forming a net of heaven and earth to enclose the sword without double layers. Seeing the dense nets spread over his body, Jian Wushuang's heart surged with anger. He did not have any intersection with the emperor in this heaven and land, but he was involved in this mixed water for no reason, especially when he was dragged into the river of blood in his life of 9 deaths. After suffering, he was able to come out now. How can this keep him from getting angry? Chapter 4957. With more than 50 members of the 3 ranks Dayan Immortals' might, the heaven and earth nets unleashed are unprecedentedly strong. At this moment, the heaven and land plains beneath him began to tremble unbearably, seeming to be broken at any time. Jian Wushuang was in this net of heaven and earth, and there was no possibility of escape at all. And he didn't have the idea of escaping. A blood-thirsty crimson was revealed in the deep pupils. But the nets of heaven and earth, thick as chains, entangled him in an instant, and the terrible general situation was spreading. The thunder snake, thick as an arm, surged, quickly consuming the strength of Jian Wushuang's very body. The head black robe envoy saw that he had been trapped and hurriedly shouted, "Take it away!" In an instant, more than 50 black robes set off, each with a chain of Yanli in their hands, ready to rush forward. But an unexpected scene appeared. Collecting the power of 50 Dayan Immortals, they failed to drag Jian Wushuang once. He stood in place like a horrible mountain covering the sky, and even if dozens of Yanli chains left deep marks on his very body, he could not drag it. The black robes who saw this scene were shocked. You must know that this is the power of more than 50 Dayan Immortals. Can't even control a little Yanxian. Give me up. The black robe made an angry voice. The Yanli chain in his hand was almost tightened into a straight line. The other black robe envoys followed suit and tightened Yanli's chains. If this weird scene is seen by outsiders, it will definitely be horrified. The situation where there was no suspense at all has actually fallen into a struggle. Jian Wushuang couldn't move every inch, even if the Yanli chain on the fairy body had stretched to the extreme. Strands of scarlet light came out from his body, and the way of killing was already added. At this moment, Zhu Tian Yixian also showed an azure glow, sheltering his fairy body from any damage. The true shadow of Wumei, the way of killing, was added. Jian Wushuang was completely furious at this moment. He suddenly raised his arms, facing the Yanli chain around him, and slammed it down. Boom! The extremely dull voice resounded, and nearly 20 Yanli chains shattered directly under this blow. On the spot, there were more than 20 black robes that quickly retreated 100 feet. Jian Wushuang's whole body lightened. He continued to stretch his arms like this, and once again smashed all the remaining Yanli chains around the fairy body. All the black robe envoys retreated 100 feet, and then met again. Jian Wushuang was soaked in blood with the double-eyed sword Wushuang, and directly confronted him. While taking into account his strength, his figure was like a ghost, so that all black robe envoys could not figure it out. The digital black robe envoy who rushed forward only felt that a blood shadow flashed in front of them, and then all spit out a thick sacred blood without warning. Their chests all collapsed at this moment, almost broken. Jian Wushuang blasted dozens of punches at an unimaginable speed. The black robe envoys who rushed forward received at least 2 punches each, and the immortal body was almost shattered, repelling the digital black robe envoys in an instant. Jian Wushuang suddenly condensed the invisible sword and then slashed down heavily. Wushuang Kendo, Zingehuhe Jianyani, the first style. Star. Zhang. The incomparable crisp sound of the sword burst out at this moment. The entire sky of 100,000 li was trembling under this sword. A sword slashed straight out, dimming the general momentum that Dian Immortal exudes. Boom! A million sword intent completely exploded, tearing a large area of the sky directly along the way, and then exploding in the middle of the black robe by thousands of awning pillars. The reason that Jian Wushuang, who has the true shadow of selflessness, the way of killing and the body, rarely uses kendo, is that the uncontrollable factors are too heavy. The appearance of this galaxy, lake and sea sword intent almost instantly consumed more than half of the power to support the fairy body. At the same time, the immortal body is better than immortality. Cracks appeared at this moment. The right arm of Jian Wushuang, holding the sword, had already begun to crack, and his blood was dripping with blood. The true shadow of selflessness and the way of killing are so exhausting that after Jian Wushuang released his first sword intent, he had to use the power of Emperor Pin Pill. He quickly stuffed several pills into his mouth and quickly recovered. Under this sword, the encircling circle was slashed abruptly to make a gap, and several black robes made it impossible to dodge. Was destroyed Xian Yuan and died tragically. The power of a sword so terrible. But this sword did not destroy the beliefs of these black robe envoys. They just rushed over again after a while. All kinds of magnificent and resplendent fairy styles, as well as the most treasures, slammed Jian Wushuang's head into his pocket at this moment. For a time, the world is prosperous. Even if Jian Wushuang could be 10, he could only choose to fight hard when facing these various immortal styles and treasures. The martyrdom of different sizes exploded completely at this moment. The full blow of more than 40 Dian Immortals was so terrible that at the same time that Jian Wushuang's figure dissipated, even the Qianlu plate was crushed for 1,000,000 miles. What is certain is that if they let go of their hands and feet, the heaven and land plane composed of Yanxian bones will all be overthrown. Seeing the center of the big explosion where 1,000,000 miles of the sky turned into dust and ashes, all the black robe envoys were unconsciously relieved. This guy is just Yanxian. The oppression brought to them is really terrible. With a wave of hands, he can severely injure or even kill a rank 3 great Yanxian. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Fortunately, he has fallen right now. All the Black Robe envoys are extremely convinced that no immortal can survive this blow. With the fall of the sky, the leading Black Robe envoy did not relax, his eyes still solemn. He has an unimaginable hunch that Jian Wushuang will not die. As if to confirm his thoughts, when the unparalleled blast dissipated and all the Black Robe envoys had recovered their treasures, a figure still standing in the void appeared. At this moment, all the Black Robe envoys took a step back, unconsciously horrified. Ahem. A large mouthful of divine blood spurted from his mouth and then spilled into the sky. At this moment, his aura was utterly weak, and there was no real shadow of self, and the way of killing was all broken. Even as Jian Wushuang's most powerful trump card, he couldn't support it in the end, and the bombardment was shattered by more than 40 black robes. If it weren't for the protection of Jishinai Ixuan, I'm afraid that even the immortal body would shatter and hate it on the spot. The 9 heavens Yixuan, which was as thin as a cicada's wings, still exuded azure blue radiance. Under the impact of this horror, he did not even suffer any trauma and was still intact. Jian Wushuang's immortal body is already on the verge of destruction. If you forcefully use the Force, I am afraid that the Meridian will suffer unpredictable damage. Chapter 4958. Fortunately, there were still a few D-pin pills hidden in his mouth, and he directly chewed and swallowed. But in this stage of the immortal body being on the verge of destruction, Jian Wushuang no longer has the power to fight. The Black Robe envoys, who had been horrified at first, breathed a sigh of relief again after vaguely realizing that he was incapable of a fight. The head of the Black Robe made Tiking's face finally eased, but he still did not dare to relax, and directly released a chain of Yanli, which bound Jian Wushuang. The rest of the Black Robe envoys also released their own chain of strength, directly enveloping his entire body, before giving up. From this, we can also see how far they are afraid of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, whose whole body was with only one head exposed, panted slightly, letting himself be dragged forward. He closed his eyes tightly, obviously repairing the broken fairy body quickly. In this battle, more than 10 Black Robe envoys were lost before they were reluctantly taken down, and the Black Robe envoy who was walking in the forefront looked pale. If it wasn't for Jian Wushuang to return to the Emperor's City Temple, he could not wait to crush Jian Wushuang into powder on the spot. At the same time, he was horrified in his heart. What is the origin of this little Xiao Yangxian who was able to cross border to kill Dianxian? And not only that, he even walked out of the river of blood and blood. This is the point that made him feel deeply afraid. Under the river of blood, even if it is the flow of Dian Immortal, you will be directly lost in your mind, and you will not be able to get out of it. As the protagonist of the Emperor's Son, no immortal Yin knew better than him what terrible existence was under that river of blood. Just the endless army of dead immortals is enough to swallow any Dian Immortal, let alone those mysterious ancient powers that cannot be looked at directly. You must know that even the Emperor's heavenly official, Bian Ziyuan, dare not get involved easily. But Jian Wushuang came out alive with all his tales coming out. Condensing the deepest meaning in the heart, more than 40 Black Robe envoys tied Jian Wushuang and rushed to the center of the entire Tianlu, the palace of the Emperor's city. When the imperial city covered by clouds appeared in front of him, all the Black Robes breathed a sigh of relief again. Their mission is completed. The Tian men of the Emperor's city slowly opened, and then they quickly entered, as if nothing had happened. In the distant land where no one noticed, an old man watched the scene in horror. He had an inexplicable intuition. It seems that the sky is about to change. Entering the imperial city, stepping on the road of white bones, a line of Black Robes galloped forward quickly. The giant gate of the Temple of Heaven had already opened, and Bian Ziyuan stood in front of the Temple of Heaven with his arms folded, as if he had been waiting for a long time. De Tianguan, another 12 were lost. The leader of the Black Robe envoy stepped forward and whispered. Bien, Z nodded far away. My way. You are doing very well. Let's go on. The Black Robe messenger promised, and then directly left Jian Wushuang, which was tied into a zongzi in front of him. Bien Ziyuan immediately showed a meaningful smile. You did a great job, too. Congratulations, you survived. Jian Wushuang looked at him coldly and said nothing. Don't try to resist. You are just the end of the crossbow. This seat can easily kill you. After speaking these last words, Bien Ziyuan stretched out his hand and carried him into the Temple of Heaven. The cold, withered hall was still the same as the first time we met, except that the damaged mountain and sea pillar had been repaired. The gloomy young man walked out from the depths of the hall slowly and came to Jian Wushuang with great interest. I'm very curious. How did you get out of there alive? Tell me what you saw under that river of blood and what you got. Looking at the young man in front of him and the crowds of Black Robe envoys, Jian Wu was pale and weak and said weakly, First, untie me, I'm out of strength. The young man heard the words, meditated for a moment, then looked at Bien Ziyuan and said, Untie. His Royal Highness. Bien Ziyuan was a little reluctant, but seeing his persistence, he had to reach out and untie it. The chains fell off layer by layer, and Jian Wushuang escaped. Can you tell me? The young man took a step forward, seemingly very eager. At this moment, the joints of the whole body made a slight noise, as if waking up from a deep sleep. Standing next to Bien Ziyuan, he was shocked when he saw the scene. He realized something and hurriedly released exquisite mist. But everything is too late. Jian Wushuang, who was out of trouble, swept away his previous weakness, and his whole body surged into an unimaginable general trend. His right hand directly condensed an invisible sword, piercing the young man in front of him at a speed so fast that all the Black Robe envoys could not react. Since this distance was too close, he could only watch a long sword with 1,000,000 sword intent pierced into his body. Time seemed to stagnate, and a small, light sound resounded at this moment. Then 36,000 sword intent also poured into his body, directly causing unimaginable injuries. The sword intent shredded the fairy body and broke out completely. Then the exquisite mist released by Bien Ziyuan hit Jian Wushuang. But it was too late. He had successfully escaped and retreated 100 feet in an instant. You want to die. Bien Ziyuan was so angry that he couldn't add to it. He didn't expect Jian Wushuang to be so arrogant that he would kill the emperor in front of him. But Jian Wushuang, who stood holding the sword, smiled wantonly and didn't even look at all the Black Robe envoys in this temple, even with Bien Zi. After looking back at Bien Ziyuan for the last time, Jian Wushuang flew away directly. Kill me on the spot. Whoever kills this son, set up a small official. Bien Ziyuan was already furious to the point that it could not be added. All the Black Robe envoys in the entire temple rushed out upon hearing this. Just the seat of Xiaoxiangwen is enough to drive them crazy. The position of heaven official attached to the emperor's breath means that he can enjoy the moistness of the emperor's luck. This is unimaginable luck, enough to make them all crazy. At this time, the immortal body was completely broken, but the young man who did not know what kind of magical power condensed everything with a pale face and hoarsely said, Don't kill him, save him, whether we can leave here or not depends on him. Bien Ziyuan looked uncertain, and finally said cruelly, Even if he is let go, I will make him pay a little price. Boom! The giant gate of the heavenly hall was opened by Jian Wushuang with a single sword. He stepped on Yunyan, and another sword cut the road of bones by 1,000 feet. Then he stood proudly above the void, like a real sword fairy, unrestrained to the extreme. He didn't seem to realize that he was running away, but he was traveling through the heavens and lands. Jian Wushuang wanted to fight, not escape. Chapter 49-59. Hundreds of streamer-like figures flew out from the temple, and they continued to flow. Hundreds of figures are hundreds of Dayan immortals. They are Dian immortals who are beyond the immortal. Their appearance filled the entire void with supreme aura, and Jian Wushuang is not unable to escape, but unable to escape. He knew that he couldn't escape from the hands of so many Dian immortals, so he simply stood still and prepared for a desperate battle. Being in this boundless sea, Jian Wushuang was isolated and helpless, and could only rely on himself. Although there are 3 true souls of emperors in the Bo-Yang bottle, this time he does not intend to use them. If they know that their true souls are dissipated, it means that they will never be able to resurrect. So, Jian Wushuang could only rely on himself. He even imagined where he would recover again after his fall. Looking at the black robe ambassadors who surrounded themselves in front of them, there were no fewer than 100. You must know that these are all Dian immortals, and none of them are below the 3rd rank. Although they have been weakened to a certain extent in this borderless sea, Dian immortal is still Dian immortal, and their strength is still extremely terrifying. In the void, Jian Wushuang stood in the middle of the void, with broken bones under his feet. A steady stream of black robe ambassadors walked out of the temple and came to him. Slowly exhaling a murky breath, Jian Wushuang raised the real sword in his hand and pointed it straight ahead proudly. The black robe envoy, pointed to by his swordsman, stepped back subconsciously, as if no one wanted to do it first. Jian Wushuang smiled disdainfully. Facing so many Dian immortals, he actually took the lead. The true shadow of selflessness, the way of killing, the way of guarding, the way of unparalleled swordsmanship, all 3 ways. This is the first time that Jian Wushuang has made all 3. The way of guarding was the first avenue on which he became an ancestor, and it was the most powerful avenue, the avenue that envelopes the entire universe of divine power. His long hair broke open, dancing wildly in the void, and the true blue selflessness surged behind him. Thousands of scarlet red lights that represent the way of killing are flowing slowly. The invisible rules of heaven, representing the way of protection, protect his very body, and the dense lines slowly rotate. The Xuanha red gold pattern, representing Wushuang, Kendo, flows from the tips of his hair. 3 ways to add oneself. The reflection of him at this moment cannot be directly looked at. The black robe shattered, revealing the immortal body. The fire phoenix totem, which belongs to the ancestor of the Feng clan, uttered in his chest. At this moment, all the black robe envoys retreated, and their expressions were all shocked to the extreme. Is this the power that Yanxian can show? This turned out to be the power that Yanxian could show? This is actually the power that Yanxian can show. The repeated questions in my mind caused all the black robes to retreat without stopping, and even the breathing was a little short. The mighty power emanating from an immortal. They all couldn't raise their heads when they were oppressed, which was too terrifying. The 3 avenues were added, and unimaginable luck was flowing. At this moment, Jian Wushuang is the real existence that oppresses the heavens. He became completely devoid of emotion, just raised his hand at random, and suddenly a Tianha roared and swallowed the void. A 7-star system is completely blooming between his eyebrows. All the divine thoughts are his domain, and in his domain he is the real emperor. Use the fairy style against the fairy style. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's control of the immortal style had completely reached another unimaginable point. Just under this finger, more than a dozen black robes fell on the spot, forcibly tore a crack in the encircling circle. All the black robes were shocked, and they could feel the terrible flow of luck from this finger. For a moment, all the black robe envoys were extremely sure. Jian Wushuang, it was impossible for him to be an immortal. His existence seemed to have surpassed Dian immortal and reached a certain unknown realm. There was no other reason. It was that Jian Wushuang's surging aura was so strong that it even affected their judgment. With 3 additions, Jian Wushuang now seems to be evasive, crushing against them with an unknown general trend. The invisible sword in his hand has been shining to the extreme. Behind him was a huge, invisible sword in his hands, which was more than 1,000,000 feet tall. It's a big deal. At this moment, Wushuang Kendo opens. Wushuang Kendo, Zingehu Heijianyani, the second style, river. The towering Tianhe descended from the sky, and the void was shattered by the impact. The Tianhe, composed of billions of sword intents, flowed through Jian Wushuang's body, and then roared forward. This is Wushuang Kendo, the most peak release. Tianhe's sword intent, far better than the previous 100 times damage. The true shadow of selflessness, which is more than 1,000,000 feet tall, also released the sword intent of the galaxy and lake at this moment. The sky collapsed, and the road to the bones was directly shattered. At this moment, all the hard-headed black robe envoys dared not stay. All of them retreated quickly in horror. But this majestic and brilliant sword intent was so fast that it directly swallowed dozens of black robe envoys, while smashing the road to the bones. At this moment, the third rank Dian Immortal was beheaded without any resistance. Huang, swordsmanship. Tianhe swallowed everything. Hundreds of millions of swordsmanship, extremely bright. It impacts everything that can be destroyed. The entire imperial city began to vibrate violently, and then ravines cracked from the wall. When the Kendo Tianhe dangled above the temple, all the black robe envoys who had escaped looked extremely miserable. They knew that the Temple of Heaven would never be able to withstand this blow. One thought is broken only in the evening, when this unparalleled river of swordsmanship was about to overwhelm the temple. A figure quietly walked out of the temple and then rushed up. Thousands of hazy water mists escaped from that figure at this moment and enveloped the Kendo Tianhe. This is a strong blow, an unstoppable blow, but Bian Ziyuan has been unavoidable. His raised arms showed a weird, bending posture that was oppressed at this moment. The robes around him were directly crushed to pieces, revealing the chest with flowing clouds and water patterns. Bian Ziyuan's forehead blew veins violently. He never thought that this sword would be so terrifying. Even he could not stop it. Damn, fellow, this seat will definitely crush your head with your own hands. The blood of the gods began to be squeezed out from every pore of him, and Bian Ziyuan felt that the fairy body was a little unsupported, and began to show signs of fragmentation. His eyes became extremely red, as if they might burst open in the next moment. Thousands of flowing clouds and water patterns began to flow slowly all over his body at this moment, exuding a unique and extremely aura. Chapter 4960. Bian Ziyuan didn't dare to be big anymore. Jian Wushuang in front of him was already different from when he first met. At this moment, the strong, unknown luck on his body almost broke the heaven and the land plane, which was extremely terrifying. The speed of the flowing clouds and water patterns accelerated, and at the same time the endless, exquisite water mist condensed from behind him, transformed into a huge treasure, shaking the sky and the earth. The huge treasure behind Bian, Z far behind at this moment, also slammed into Sword Tianhe. Fight between the two. He roared out, covered in a thin mist of blood. The originally unstoppable Kendo Tianhe was actually shaken at this moment, and it was difficult to advance even more. Bian Ziyuan laughed wildly. A pair of eyes looked at Jian Wushuang savagely, as if he was about to break his body into pieces in the next moment. And the long river of swordsmanship that tore through the sky and pointed at the Temple of Heaven at this moment began to give birth to fine cracks. It seems that it may collapse at any time. Standing in the center of the void, Jian Wushuang, who circulated 3 great paths of luck on the fairy body, remained calm, as if he had no feelings. Seeing this scene, he just stretched out his finger and pointed at Will. The true selfless shadow behind him immediately released an unparalleled force, covering the sky of Kendo. Sword Tianhe, which was likely to collapse at any time, was restored as before, and with an unimaginable general trend, he fell heavily. Bian Ziyuan's discoloration changed drastically, and before he could make any response, he was covered under the Tianhe River. The huge water mist treasure behind him finally couldn't hold on and was completely broken. Facing the heavenly temple that stood in Tianlu for an unknown number of years, the unspeakable Kendo Tianhe fell down. Bian Ziyuan's figure dressed in a blood dance was finally annihilated in the sword Tianhe. Boom! The heaven and land formed by the accumulation of Yanxian bones were directly divided into two under this sword, and the heavenly hall was finally broken, with the shattered temple as the center. The shattered blocks quickly sank into the endless sea. Endless black water gushes out from every crack, swallowing every piece of land. Under this sword, even rank 6 Dayan Immortal had no chance of surviving. He was so desperate that the black robe envoys who were watching from afar were more or less affected, and his expression was miserable to the extreme. They never imagined that a little evangelist would reach such a shocking level. First, the emperor was cut off by his hand, almost dissipated from the fairy source, and his soul disappeared, and then the great Tianguan Bianzi was cut down by the Kendo Tianhe. At this moment, under the broken sky, only more than 200 of them were left in black robe. But facing a Jian Wushuang, even letting them dare to step forward, is already shocked. As the temple of heaven shattered, the plane of heaven and land was divided into two, and everything was on the verge of destruction. Jian Wushuang's true eyes swept across slowly, and all the black robe envoys he was looking at would retreat and retreat, seemingly likely to flee at any time. Although he was soaked with divine mind by the way of killing, he didn't lose control and knew that Tianlu could not stay for long. Once these 200 black robes were organized, it would be difficult for Jian Wushuang to deal with it. You know, Dayan Immortal and Yanxian are quite different. Even if Jian Wushuang can kill Dayan Immortal across the border, what about the 10 or the 100 that can be killed? How about 200? It is already an unimaginable thing. Even though he has 3 great roads on his back, he is still an immortal. This is an unchangeable fact. So, Jian Wushuang immediately turned around and prepared to leave after slaying the Temple of Heaven. But in the next moment, a violent shot came from the extreme. He quickly turned around and directly stretched out his hand to burst out a train. The two collided, shaking the void. Immediately afterwards, in the center of the sacrificial explosion, a figure rushed out, facing Jian Wushuang and gasping for breath. At this moment, the immortal body had been broken to the extreme. His chest was almost torn apart, and the blood was constantly gushing out. Jian Wushuang recognized that this figure was Bian Ziyuan, and he realized that he had a murderous heart in his heart. "Oh, what are you doing in a daze? Today is a life-threatening pile, and you will leave him here for me. Those who dare to disobey die." Bian Ziyuan screamed frantically, frantic to the extreme. All the black robes looked at each other. They were all very nervous, and no one dared to rush forward first, because they know very well that whoever goes up first will die. There is absolutely no chance of survival. Bian Ziyuan turned his head fiercely. A pair of eyes swept over the black robe envoys behind him, and then he dragged the broken fairy body to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's real eyes stunned, and the 7-star system between his brows began to circulate. Fairy-style, a little mountain and river, accompanied by the true shadow of selflessness and the addition of 3 main roads. Everything about him is unprecedentedly terrifying. Almost at the moment when Bian Zi moved away, a huge sacred mountain rose from the void without warning and slammed forward. Bian Ziyuan roared in a low voice and directly smashed the sacred mountain with the immortal body and rushed forward unabated. At this moment, only resentment was left in his eyes. Jian Wu's eyes were as sinking as water. Facing the almost desperate Bian, he just stretched out his palm lightly. The next moment, 5 heavenly rivers rushed out from his palm, directly rolling forward. Bian Ziyuan was completely crazy, facing the 5 Tianhe he chose to fight. But soon he discovered that the immortal style he released had been swallowed directly, and he didn't even have the ability to resist. Facing the roaring Tianhe, he was left weak. 5. Tianhe directly trapped his limbs and shattered his fairy body in an instant. As long as Jian Wushuang was willing, he could be beheaded instantly. But he didn't do that. Instead, he retracted hzi palm and pulled Bianzi far in front of him. At this moment, Bianzi was far away, almost reaching the edge of dying. His blood eyes were completely dimmed, but he still stared at Jian Wushuang frantically, as if he wanted to peel him off. The reason Jian Wushuang didn't kill him was because he thought that Bian Ziyuan had saved his life when he was hunted down earlier. "Don't make trouble, I will let you go," Jian Wushuang said solemnly, his words full of supreme authority. Bian Ziyuan, who had reached the edge of dying, heard the words and grinned. "Do you dare to talk to this seat like this?" "You are just a little Yanxian. Who gave you the courage to make you talk to this seat like this? Don't you think you're going to kill me? This is the rank 6 Dian Immortal, and you are just an ant." Tian had tightened and twisted his limbs directly into powder. A painful grunt sounded. Bian Ziyuan's eyes were dripping with blood. "If you don't kill the sea today, you will definitely regret it." Chapter 49-61. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. He felt the threat of hatred from Bian Ziyuan's words. As for threats, his approach is to completely kill them. But at this moment, Jian Wushuang had no intention of doing it. Seeing that the fairy body had been completely broken, and Bian Ziyuan, who was no longer able to fight, moved his compassionate heart. "It'll save your life, you can go," Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice, and then he was about to throw it away. Hearing this, Bian Ziyuan smiled weirdly. "Do you think that you really want to take this seat? I'm afraid you haven't understood the gap between Yanxian and Dianxian." Hearing these words, Jian Wushuang's heart suddenly felt a sense of crisis. It seemed that it was precisely to confirm what he was thinking that Bian Ziyuan, which had already reached the edge of death, suddenly surged with a terrible suction. The 5 heavenly rivers that had clamped him down at this moment actually languished, and they madly conveyed strength to Bian Ziyuan's body. Jian Wu has a huge change in double-sided color, and he feels the extreme strength in his body, which is madly passing. The source of the passage is actually on Bian Ziyuan. The immortal body was already on the verge of death, and the immortal body was far away. At this moment, the immortal body began to fill up quickly. The broken fairy body was refilled, and even the realm was restored. Incredible. However, within a short span of tens of breaths, Jian Wushuang's energy was swallowed by more than half, and he couldn't control it at all. He never expected that Bian Ziyuan could swallow it without any conditions. The face of Bian Ziyuan, where his arms were reborn, was full of madness. His 2 newly born arms directly clamped Jian Wushuang and began to swallow even more crazily. "This seat has reminded you a long time ago. If you don't kill the seat, you will definitely regret it, and then you will completely integrate into this seat's body." Bian Ziyuan smiled gloomily, because the strength of Jian Wushuang's immortal body was so majestic and vast that cracks appeared in his new fairy body. "After this seat completely swallows you, you'll have to see how you, a little fairy, can have the power to shake Dian." Jian Wu Duan was feeling cold. The next moment, the Wu Zhaning behind him suddenly opened his eyes. Facing the far side, he slammed his palm down. Boom! The sky was shattered, and Bian Ziyuan didn't notice the blow on the head due to the devouring too much. By the time he reacted, it was already too late, and his entire figure was blasted out of 100 feet, and the recoverable fairy body was almost shattered. Jian Wushuang stepped back a few steps. His face turned pale. If he didn't stop him in time, I'm afraid Bian Ziyuan would be able to swallow him completely. With the passage of a large amount of Yanli, the avenues that rely heavily on Yanli, such as the true shadow of the selfless and the way of killing, began to fall into a deep sleep. This made him fall into a great passivity. Bian Ziyuan, who had completely recovered now, waved his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Jian Wushuang with a grinning grin. "It really didn't happen to me, that such a terrible energy would be contained in a small eternal fairy. I only absorbed dozens of breaths of time, and it was able to completely recover me. I have to say that you are a terrible existence. Now I can't wait to swallow you completely. Presumably, you are the opportunity for me to break through rank 9. Listening to his voice, Jian Wushuang, completely disgusted in his heart, and the last bit of pity before disappeared. He took a step forward and said coldly, "Want to swallow me? It depends on whether you can survive." "Oh, I want to see how you hold me to death." Bian Ziyuan laughed. The next moment, he suddenly raised his arms. With supreme, terrifying power, directly grasped more than a dozen black robe envoys, and threw them at Jian Wushuang. These black robe envoys that had been grasped burst into blood mist in the air, and the cover pressed forward. The boundless blood mist swallowed, and the sword was cold with no double-sided color. In his palm, the invisible sword was recondensed, and the blood mist was cut away. Seeing the far side of this scene, he turned his head coldly and looked at more than 200 black robe envoys behind him. "If you don't leave again, I don't mind swallowing all of you or turning into blood mist." Panic appeared in the eyes of all the black robe envoys, and they had already seen the far-reaching, thunder, cold-blooded methods. If they didn't do what he said, the end would definitely be miserable. Anyway, it's death. It's better to fight. The black robe clerk gritted his teeth and rushed directly to Jian Wushuang. There is the first, there is the second, and the third. After a while, all the black robe envoys rushed toward Jian Wushuang like locusts. Looking at the black robe envoy in the sky, Jian Wushuang quickly took out 2 emperor pin pills and stuffed them into the entrance, preparing to release his strong sword. However, when the 2D pin pills completely turned into medicine and flowed into the limbs, he suddenly coughed out a large mouthful of divine blood, and then his breath was wilted. Originally, the true shadow of selflessness and the way of killing were asleep, but now the only way of guarding and the way of Wushuang's sword are completely withered. I thought it would be able to stabilize the situation with the emperor pin pill, but the immortal body could no longer sustain this consumption. At this moment, not to mention using a Xian sword, even Wushuang Kendo can't be used. The black robe that rushed over made the sword retreat several tens of feet without double-clicking. Then, as if he had discovered something, he hurriedly shouted with excitement, "He is already at the end of the crossbow, and everyone is going to be able to kill him." All the black robe ambassadors suddenly went crazy after hearing this. You must know that whoever can kill Jian Wushuang will be able to take up the post of Zhao Xiangwen. As long as he can be in the position of Zhao Xiangwen, he can share a trace of the Emperor's aura, which is enough to make every black robe envoy completely crazy. Jian Wushuang, who was already at the end of the crossbow, faced the full blow of more than 200 black robe envoys, and he was already unable to recover. All kinds of immortal styles the treasure kept pressed down. He couldn't bear it, and he vomited blood. Watching this scene far from afar, he showed a grinning grin. In his opinion, the complete destruction of Jian Wushuang was a matter of settled matter. Just ask, in this heaven, land, and even the entire borderless sea, who can block so many immortal styles of the 3-turn Dian Immortal. Just as Bian Ziyuan was about to step forward and devour Jian Wushuang, a great horror between life and death forced him to stop directly, and then looked up in horror. Next moment, I saw that in the originally shattered void, an inexplicable, boundless general trend began to surge. Under this inexplicable general trend, it quietly reflected a unique and extremely diamond-shaped brilliance, like a light curtain. Good apprentice, am late as a teacher. A sound of majestic anger, as if from above the 9 heavens, completely resounded through the wilds at this moment. Chapter 4962. Under the sound of such majestic anger, all the black robes stopped the movements in their hands for a moment. The passage of time seemed to slow down. Bian Ziyuan only felt that the speed of the blood flowing in the fairy body had frozen. The air dropped to freezing point, and everything was full of dead silence and cold. Then, the void quietly rippled at this moment. Immediately afterwards, thousands of white light soared intent, like a blooming lotus platform, fully stretched. And in the center of this soared intent, there are two figures standing, one man and one woman. The middle-aged man cleans his face without beard, is extraordinary heroic, and has long hair dancing in the wind. And the heroic aura exuded by that woman was enough to overwhelm her own beauty, and when her black gold dress perfectly set off her figure, it was extremely mysterious. They each carried 6 long swords on their waists, full of majesty that could not be seen directly. What flows around them is not the strength, but the pure sword intent. The whole shattered void seemed to be silent at this moment, and all the black robe envoys subconsciously looked at these 2 uninvited guests. A wisp of cold sweat flows from the far sideburns, and the horror of life and death that gushes out of his heart is caused by these 2. Besieged by the black robe at the very center, Jian Wushuang, who was already at the end of the crossbow and could destroy the immortal body at any time, finally showed a wry smile after looking at the 2 figures. Yan Fan first raised his eyebrows and smiled, then was completely angry. "You guys dare to hurt my disciple? Is your life too long?" Feeling that the coldness around him has completely disappeared, and the black robe made him speak wildly with dissatisfaction, and directly urged himself to suppress the past. "Jumping beam clown." Yan Fan sneered, looking at the black robe envoy who was about to rush. He didn't even bother to pull out the sword. At the next moment, a subtle sword intent emerged from the lotus platform under Yan Hu's feet, directly slashing forward. A shocking scene appeared. The black robe emissary who was running at extreme speed, the fairy body was instantly fragmented and miserably scattered in the void. Everything seemed like it had never happened before, extremely silent. "Good apprentice, leave it to your teacher next." Step out in 1 step. Thousands of sword intents spread across the wild. Yan Fan laughed loudly and flew directly towards Jian Wushuang with Zhangli. Bian Ziyuan shouted in disbelief. "Hurry up and stop them, and kill them all at this time, not leaving one." With the issuance of this order, more than 200 black robe droves, all frantically, surrounded Zhanglian and returned. Facing the terrifying power that came over the sky, these 2 true sword immortals all smiled quietly, as if they were contempt. In the next moment, the void was completely replaced by a diamond-shaped light curtain. The boundless sword curtain fell down. This sword curtain is a sword that can easily kill 100,000 dead immortals under the sea of blood, and it is a sword that Jian Wushuang has to deal with all his strength. As for the fate of these black robe envoys, when the 2 sword immortals appeared on the stage, they had already been completely determined. The sword curtain fell silently, and everything was a foregone conclusion. All the black robe envoys who were preparing to fight with all their strength only felt that their eyes suddenly lit up, and then their heads turned around. They are, without exception, more than 200 black robe envoys died directly. The death was only in an instant, and even the bones of the immortal body were turned into residues, scattered in the void, and turned into stars. "Apprentice, it's not too late for the teachers." Yan Fan and Zhang Li descended directly in front of Jian Wushuang and said with a smile. Jian Wu was pale on both sides, and then he folded his hands and said, "Thank you 2 seniors for coming to help. The juniors are grateful." Yan Fan stretched out his hand and put down his palm and said in a condensed voice, "You don't need to say thank you between you and me." Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. "Actually, you don't have to come here to take risks." When Yan Fan heard it, he immediately slapped his chest and said, "If you are a master and can't even protect your disciple, it's better to die. What's more, the disciple is trapped by this group of salted fish. I am afraid that only these 2 sword immortals would dare to call hundreds of rank 3 Dayan immortals salted fish awful." Zhang Li, who had rarely spoken for a long time, spoke at this moment, his domineering extreme. "Apprentice, who else wants to kill? Let us solve it together, so as not to leave troubles." Jian Wushuang did not speak, but subconsciously looked forward. There, far away from the edge of the sword curtain, when he saw Jian Wushuang, he cast his eyes, almost standing unstable, and fell into the void. Bian Ziyuan was still in the horrible scene just now and never recovered. More than 200 Black Robe envoys, that is, more than 200 third-rank Dayan Immortals, all died strangely. I am afraid that the 9th rank Dayan Immortal came. This is impossible. But at this moment it all happened. All of them died in an instant, and all the secrets of the temple completely disappeared. He who has no support, his face pale. "Hey, I even let go of a guy, so I'll solve it easily," Yen Fan said in a low voice, with his palm quietly placed on the hilt of his waist. Rank 6 Dayan Immortal didn't seem to be worth his sword, but in order to make a quick battle, Yen Fan still drew out a snowflake longsword. The void suddenly dropped to the freezing point. Even after hundreds of feet away, Bian Ziyuan still felt the blood clotting. He was extremely convinced that he couldn't stop this sword at all, so he made a decisive decision. Almost at the same time that Yen Fan drew his sword, he directly used both palms and fingers to tear open blood stains in front of his chest. Divine blood spurted directly from the blood marks on his chest and then dripped into the void. The next moment, the originally dead and broken heaven and land plane suddenly surged, with all kinds of extremely powerful forces. Then a body shape like a streamer rose from the plane of heaven and land and came to Bian Ziyuan's side. In just a few dozen breaths of time, turned out to be a gathering of hundreds of Dayan Immortals, and a steady stream of Dayan Immortals flew up from the plane of heaven and land. They were all very thirsty and bloody, and their red eyes surrounded the far side. Bian Ziyuan stepped back and pointed in Jian Wushuang's direction, and said grimly, "As long as you take down the 3 of them, the blood in my body, including the blood of the Emperor, can be supplied to you. What are you waiting for? Let's go together." All the bloodthirsty Dayan Immortals were completely crazy and rushed towards Jian Wushuang without any hesitation at this moment. Yen Fan smiled compassionately. All beings are equal under the sword in his hand. However, at this moment, Jian Wushuang, who was fully absorbed, only felt a fire in his chest. Then, before he could react, a completely black bead, as if receiving some kind of induction, flew directly out of his arms and went straight to the void. That completely black bead. Jian Wushuang saw that it was exactly the black bead he found from the 6-day realm, the first one of the next 3 days, under the Black Abyss prison. Chapter 4963. Since this black bead was found by him, it has been lying peacefully in his arms without any vision, except that the 3 emperors Jining was very wary of him. This black bead no longer had a sense of existence. However, it was this black bead that had no sense of existence, but at this moment drilled out of Jian Wushuang's arms and flew into the void. Its speed is so fast that it even surpasses Yen Fan. What is this? Yen Fan was puzzled, and the palm of the sword's hilt also relaxed. But under this chaotic and broken sky, above the broken plain of heaven and land, no one Dayan would care about such a small black bead. The Dayan Immortals who were bewitched by the blood flowing out of Bian Ziyuan rushed towards Jian Wushuang from all directions, as the Tianlu plain fell into an irreversible split and fall. All the Dayan Immortals trapped in the Tianlu regained their freedom at this moment. That kind of weird barrier that shrouded heaven and land disappeared, and nearly half of Dayan Immortals, regardless of the horror of the borderless sea, flying or swimming, escaped from heaven and land. Nearly half of the Dayan Immortal all rushed into the void at this moment, crazy. These Dayan Immortals, sinking into the endless sea, were once the strongest in control of the battlefield. But after countless years, they have fallen and become bloodthirsty monsters. And almost at the same time, when Tianlu was cut into 2 pieces by Jian Wushuang, a giant beast suddenly emerged from the water in the not-so-distant borderless sea. He seemed to have just been awakened from a deep sleep, and 9 huge heads that looked like a big sun looked at the plain of heaven and land that was about to fall at the same time. Then the giant beast coveted, and after a brief thought, he plunged directly into the sea and headed towards the broken heaven and land. At this moment, hundreds of Dian Immortals rushed towards Jian Wushuang frantically. Jiang Liliu raised his eyebrows and directly stopped Jian Wushuang behind him, and then rushed Tian back to say loudly, "What are you still doing in a daze? A quick decision!" Yan Fan nodded, facing the overwhelming Dian Immortals, ready to cut a sword. Only Jian Wushuang stared at the black bead rotating in the void, and he felt that something terrible would happen next. As if to confirm his thoughts, the black beads that kept spinning in the void scattered hundreds of millions of gleams in the next moment. This kind of faint light showed a weird black and purple, like a wave, instantly spreading across the entire void. Almost at the moment when the black and purple light fell, Jian Wushuang felt a kind of tremor, uncontrollable trembling. This tremor is like a real feeling of powerlessness, even beyond the powerless feeling of facing the emperor. Jian Wushuang felt that the strength in his body was trembling, and he was slightly dizzy in his mind. Jiang Lian returned to the 2 sword immortals with the same symptoms. Their expressions changed drastically, and they looked directly at the spinning black bead. At this moment, all the crazy Dian Immortals began to release all kinds of terrifying immortal styles, and the violent force spread. But the horrible scene appeared almost the instant when the power spread out. It was disintegrated and swallowed by the hundreds of millions of ghost lights cast by the black beads, hundreds of immortal styles enough to destroy any heaven, and Yanli were all disintegrated and shattered. Then the whole body was covered with Yanli's Dian Immortal. The immortal body gushed out the blood at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in a short moment it became a corpse directly. Nearly more than 300 Dian Immortals. Only at this moment, the fairy source burst into pieces, and the immortal body turned into a corpse. The boundless black and purple light is still piercing through the earth. Wherever it can be enveloped, Yanli is disintegrated and swallowed. Dian Immortal is also drained from the source of the immortal and turned into a corpse. Jian Wushuang had turned pale. He seemed to have realized something, and turned back to Jiang Lian and said, "Don't release Yanli, nothing at all." Jiang Li nodded heavily. She and Yan Fan were not directly beheaded under this faint light, most likely because they did not release any power. Yan Fan's face was also a little pale. Even though he had seen too many tragic battles, it was the first time he had seen such a strange scene. What exactly was that black bead? And the faint light that radiated from it was able to swallow all the approaching Dian Immortal in an instant. At the same time, Yan Fan also had an inexplicable intuition. If he had just released Yanli instead of Jinni, he would probably end up not much better than those Dian Immortals. Under the sky covered by hundreds of millions of looming rays of light, all the Dian Immortals that released their power were directly sucked into corpses, without even a bit of fairy rhyme. Bian Ziyuan had already been shocked out of his body. Almost at the same time that all Dian Immortals had died, he turned around and fled. However, he was still a step late in the end, and he subconsciously released his strength. Those dark and purple light rays are like Tarsus maggots, directly enclosing his entire fairy body. Ugh! He screamed in shock. The fairy body was wilting at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the fairy source was instantly shattered. Facing the shattered temple, Bian Ziyuan finally turned into a handful of flying ash and disappeared completely. This scene was completely captured by Jian Wushuang. He did not expect Bian Ziyuan to die in such a rush. It was an unexpected battle, but it ended directly after the appearance of this black bead. Jian Wushuang and Jiang Lian returned to the 3, standing quietly in place under the shroud of this light. No one dared to do anything. That unknown Yugong possesses the power to harvest any Dian Immortal. With the complete death of Dian Immortal, hundreds of millions of Huameng came and went quickly and immediately returned to the black beads. Then the black bead turned into a dark meteor and got into Jian Wushuang's arms at an unimaginable speed. Jian Wu had cold hands and feet almost sat in the void. Since coming to Dianhuan, he has never had a moment of horror like this moment. The black bead with unknown power was really too terrifying. It would be easy to kill any Dian Immortal's ability easily, and it would be easy to kill Jian Wushuang. And he finally knew why the true soul of the three emperors was so nervous at the beginning. Jian Wushuang now regrets it very much. This black bead is simply an extremely unstable factor. If he releases a bit of power fluctuation, will he be directly killed? Something ran past, gang. Where's the black bead just now? Yen Fan looked up and looked around, because the black bead disappeared so fast that neither of Jiang Lian returned to see where it had disappeared. But Jian Wushuang, who was carrying the black bead, wanted to cry without tears at this moment, and didn't even dare to breathe. Chapter 4964. That kind of weird and inexplicable light disappeared, and Yen Fan dared to leave after another while. Madam, you know who made the move just now. I think in this borderless sea, there will be no more than one hand that can arouse the terrible power just now. Jiang Li shook his head. The two of us have been sleeping under the sea of blood for too long, and we don't know who else will enter here later. That's really weird. Fortunately, our husband and wife have always been cutting grass and roots, leaving no immortals under the sword, and there will not be any opponents who can't get through with us. Yen Fan scratched his head and said, and then heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Jian Wushuang also safe and sound. The apprentice is fine, otherwise he will die. Zhang Libai glanced at him. Idiot, if you made a quick decision just now. Why did you cause so much trouble? You will get rid of your verbose problems in the future. I'm not long-winded. It's a good way to attack the heart. The best way to kill the enemy is to attack the heart. Yen Fan talked freely, seeing them bickering. Jian Wushuang also slowly recovered from the shock, and then stretched his hand into his arms as if he was dead. When the finger touched the black bead, there was no horrible suction power as imagined, only a warm and cool meaning, as if it had never recovered. It's really strange. How did this black bead get awakened? Jian Wushuang thought, but soon Yen Fan interrupted his thoughts. Apprentice, what are you going to do next? I want to hear your thoughts as a teacher. Withdrawing his thoughts, facing Yen Fan's verbal advantage, Jian Wushuang just smiled bitterly in his heart, but did not stop it. I came here to find a friend, and then I will continue to look for it. When Yen Fan heard this, he continued to smile. Then we will protect you on the next journey. Jiang Li also nodded. With us by your side, this endless sea will never threaten you anymore. It's not so good. Jian Wushuang scratched his head. Somehow he didn't know how to refuse. It's natural and righteous for the master to protect the apprentice. If it's good or not, you can come over. Yen Fan laughed and took Jian Wushuang directly and flew forward. Jiang Li also raised his eyebrows and smiled, seemingly satisfied with his husband's domineering, and then followed him. From this, we can see a magical scene. Two sword celestial beings crossed the borderless sea, with a shivering little Yenxian in between. Almost at the same time they left the heaven and land plane, they slowly walked out of the shattered temple. This figure is exactly the young man who was previously beheaded by Jian Wushuang with a single sword. He walked slowly in the heaven and land plane that had been in ruins. His face was without sadness or joy, as if everything here was not his. In the end, he walked in the center position after the war, and then his arms snapped. Suddenly, a unique energy fluctuation of several points began to gather in the void. As this energy fluctuation kept gathering, the originally broken void began to change. One after another, Homang, which looked like broken stars, began to appear and then quickly intertwined and connected. With the intertwining of these stars and brilliance, a fairy source shattered, and the figure that could not die again appeared again. That is, far away, Thousands of flowing clouds and water patterns flowed slowly, covering the edges of his body. Suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. The unspeakable general situation filled the void, and thunder snakes shuttled through the clouds. In the end, when his figure was completely condensed, the young man retracted his arms. His face was so pale that there was no blood. The boundless trend finally dissipated, and the distant figure fell heavily on the ground. Mist, I want your life. At the same time he landed, he punched the surrounding plains into deep pits. The young man walked slowly in front of him, then squatted down. He can't die now. Whether we can leave here or not depends on him. Jian Wushuang, who left the broken heaven and land plain and crossed the sea of no edge, felt that everything seemed to be a dream. The treacherous heaven and land plain and the terrifying river of blood have all become past tense. Today he left unharmed, and there are two cheat masters. Jian Wushuang learned from the previous brief words that Jiang Lian's return to these two sword companions was likely to reach the terrifying height of the sword immortal before Jinwuyang had become emperor. Judging from their control of the sword intent and their inadvertent power, I am afraid that the realm is at least the 9-rank Dayan immortal, with these two terrifying evil spirits guarding him. Jian Wushuang would really be able to walk sideways in this sea of boundlessness if he hadn't met the real emperor. Moreover, he hasn't forgotten that in the ring in his hand, there is still an emperor with intact emperor body. In the fast crossing, Yin returned to the front. Disciple, where do you know the old friend you are looking for? Jian Wushuang shook his head. I don't know. I don't have any clues either. Behind him, Jiang Li frowned slightly and then said, I'm afraid it will be a little troublesome. The reason why the sea without edges is called the sea without edges is because it has no boundaries. And once you have crossed the sea for too long, you will get lost in it. If your friend doesn't have the strength of rank 6 or higher, I'm afraid he will already be lost. Jian Wushuang was already a little worried when he heard this. Although Di Qing was the 9th rank Dayan immortal, he was actually at the end of the battle after that battle. Even if he was exiled, the immortal body was far from recovering. But Di Qing still has 7 true lives, Akanchu. Even if calm falls in this borderless sea, it will not die directly. Immediately afterwards, Yen Fan said again, Disciple, I can ask, how long has your old friend been exiled so far? If it is less than a year, there may still be a possibility of finding it. Jian Wushuang said, in less than a year. What? Only 1 year. Yen Fan and Jiang Li were a little shocked at the same time. For Yangxian's long and endless life, 1 year is not even enough to breathe. Yes, it's not more than a year. He confirmed again. Yen Fan seemed to be thinking about something, and finally said, if it's less than a year, it's really possible to find it. You mean go to that place? Jiang Li frowned slightly. He nodded. In this situation, I can only go there to try my luck. Chapter 49:65. Jian Wushuang heard some clues and asked, that place is dangerous? Disciple, no matter how dangerous this endless sea is, as long as we are by your side, no one can help you. Yen Fan patted him on the shoulder. It's just that the place is not dangerous, but rather strange. Jiang Li smiled coldly at this time, and a pair of Ingmu almost killed Yen Hui to pieces. It's weird. I'm afraid it's an unforgettable old relationship. Yen Fan twitched at the corner of his mouth, and then said awe-inspiringly, Madam, what are you talking about? Don't mention the old things. I've already broken up with the past. Jiang Li snorted coldly, and the 6-handed long sword slung around his waist screamed. It doesn't matter if you can't forget it. I will cut it off for you with 1 sword and 1 sword. Disciple, go quickly, it shouldn't be too late. Yen Fan left these words and flew out first. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. It seems that this cheat master still carries a lot of old love debts. In any case, his originally hanging heart also settled down a bit. Finding with a goal is far better than looking aimlessly. The sea of boundlessness is endless, boundless, and it is difficult for everything to float above it. Only the bones of Yen can float on it. And the previous mighty heaven and land plane was completely composed of Yen bones. As he continued to move forward, various planes of different sizes appeared in Jian Wushuang's eyes. There is not much difference between a seating area and the universe of Wianzi overseas. Here is simply a small universe, and as they move forward, there are various vicious and unopened Dayan immortals who want to kill them. Regrettably, if Jian Wushuang were alone, he would naturally retreat. After all, rank 6 Dayan immortal could already make him drink a pot. But now there are 2 sword immortals escorting them. Even if it is rank 6 Dayan immortal, Yen Fan, who is walking in the forefront, does not bother to draw a sword. He can even shred any rank 6 Dayan immortal with just one finger and his unmatched sword intent. Source: there are already dozens of tier 6 Dayan immortals who have traveled for hundreds of millions of miles, and the number of tier 6 Dayan immortals who have died under Yan's hands is nearly 100. On the one hand, Jian Wushuang had a bit of unfathomable strength in the frightened Yan's return. On the other hand, he was frightened by how many Dayan immortals had been banished by Zhen, Weiyang Emperor. It's no wonder that there are so few Dayanxians in the Desiyu nowadays, and the co-authors have been banished into the sea of endless years ago. So far, the lowest level in this borderless sea is Dayan immortal. Jian Wushuang guessed that countless immortals were exiled here, but Yan Xian's fate may not be too good. As we continue to move forward, the plane of the endless sea gradually disappears and is replaced by endless cold and dead silence. Jian Wushuang felt Daiking's breath as much as possible, hoping to find it as soon as possible. And a pair of old gods in Yanfan gradually became a little dignified as they continued to move forward. A pair of heroic eyes began to look around. A tree? How could a tree grow in this sea of no edge? Seeing the extremely weird scene in front of him, Jian Wushuang was a little surprised, because in front of him, trees almost as high as the sky appeared on the originally endless black sea. The trees are tall, with only stretched branches and no leaves. They do not look like some kind of fairy tree. In Jian Wushuang's fascination, everything in his body changed, and Jiang Li and Yen Fan had quietly disappeared at this moment. Well, another illusion. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly, and he almost immediately realized that he was already in an illusion. Is it because I saw those trees? Being able to make him fall into the illusion in this short moment, the fairy cultivator who laid this illusion did have some skills. But it encountered Jian Wushuang, who could see through it at a glance. Immediately afterwards, just as he was about to use the invisible sword to cut open the illusion in front of him, a snowflake-long sword took him one step ahead and directly opened a crack in the illusion. Then a big palm pulled Jian Wushuang out of the illusion. "Good fellow, you dare to cast the illusion in front of the seat. I think you are impatient to live." Yen Fan was full of anger, and when he was about to do it, Jiang Li took a step ahead of him and directly stretched out his hand and shook it. In an instant, the entire illusion was shattered, and then a huge ball of hair was pinched by Jiang Li. "That is a huge rabbit." Jiang Li's expression was fierce, and he was about to chop off the rabbit's head with his palm up. "Madam, keep your hand!" Yen Fan yelled and rushed forward with a stride, snatching the rabbit from Jiang Li's men. "What are you doing? Want to die?" Jiang Li was full of anger. Yen Fan's mouth twitched, and he held the big rabbit with a smile. "Here, this rabbit can't be killed. It's a friend of the old man." At this time, the big rabbit suddenly broke free from his embrace and turned into a very agile girl in the void. The smart girl gave a feint, then turned around and ran and soon disappeared. "This dead girl," Yen Fan muttered to himself, then smiled again. "Can't kill, can't kill." Jiang Li put on an expression that the old lady was too lazy to care about you, and took Jian Wushuang to leave. However, at this moment, a vague and extremely agile voice, like falling from the 9 heavens, was indescribably beautiful, Since it's all here, why don't you come and sit with me? How about recounting your old feelings? Yan Fan's complexion changed in an instant, and her lips became a little pale. Madam, hurry up. After Jian Li heard the mellow and charming voice, his eyes almost exploded with anger, and after glaring at Yan Fan with an expression that he couldn't wait to swallow it alive, he rushed directly into the clouds of 9 heavens. My old lady didn't bother you. You dare to find my old lady. Today I will break your Guiwet Immortal Palace. This is the first time Jian Wushuang has seen Jian Li draw a sword, her whole figure with endless sword intent, breaking through the sky and going straight for 9 days. Yan Fan was pale and shouted, Madam, it's getting smaller. The structure is getting smaller. Boom! 100,000 sword intent fell from the sky, almost turning him into a piece of meat. Jian Wushuang's heart was frightened, and he never expected that the 2 swordsmen had a temper, and they were actually real swords and real swords. After avoiding the 100,000 sword intent, Yan Fan looked at Jian Wushuang nervously. Quickly, quickly, she is going crazy. The 2 of us quickly stop it, otherwise we will really be upset next. Jian Wushuang had no choice but to make Jian Li so embarrassed. I'm afraid that the owner of the voice just now has an inexplicable relationship with Yan Fan. It's a love dead again.